keeping an eye. We have results, so we're going back to the Jolu Junction where we hear whether the traffic lights have been fixed. So that's where we are keeping an eye from today. And then also we'll be looking at the newly resurfaced, reconstructed road around the Buzia Junction in South Odoko area. And then later on the Yellow Couch, we'll be talking woman empowerment and looking at and the role they play and what beauty queens do after they win. That's what to look forward to from my side. And Multity is getting ready with the news. So, Cal.
Yes, I've been looking at your edges. Yeah, on point. On point.
You laid them.
I don't know whether Multity has any, but she's on at 6 o'clock with the breakfast news. You stay with us. There are no edges here. It's all nice and round.
Yep.
So, yeah.
Yep.
Good morning, it's 6 a.m. We are live in Studio 1 here at GBC in Kanda. I am Multity Saida Sadiq. This is the 6 a.m. news on GTV Breakfast. We're live on DSTV channel 278. Live on Facebook at the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation. Stories that are making headlines this morning. CEO of the Public Procurement Authority has been charged with 18 counts of offences. Also will take you to court and then back to Nkranza where there was chaos recently. Bono chiefs also call on President Akufo-Addo at the Jubilee House on the international front. Will take you to Mozambique and Russia. Let's start off with some legal matters. And the special prosecutor has charged the former chief executive of the Public Procurement Authority, Mr. Ajeni Mboating-Ejay, and his brother-in-law, Francis Kweku Aheng, with 18 counts of offences relating to their roles in the contracts for sales scandal. Mr. A.B. Ejay has been charged with 8 counts of using public office for profit and 9 counts of directly and indirectly influencing the procurement process to advantage in the award of a procurement contract. A statement issued by the Office of the Special Prosecutor said Mr. Francis Kweku Aheng has also been charged with 1 count of using public office for profit. The statement added that 2 persons will be arraigned before the High Court in Accra on Wednesday, 25th May 2022. Meanwhile, reports indicate that the dismissed Public Procurement Authority boss has allegedly withdrawn all funds from his frozen bank accounts. It is still a developing story and will bring you more in our subsequent bulletins. Let's still stay on legal matters. Let's go to court where the High Court in Accra will on June 1st, 2022 determine a date to start the trial of restrained Member of Parliament for Asin North, Mr. James Jachi Kwesen, who is facing the court presided over by Justice Mary Century adjourned the case after the conclusion of case management conference. Mr. James Jachi Kwesen has been charged with 5 counts of deceit of public officer, forgery of passports or travel certificates, knowingly making a false statutory declaration, perjury and false declaration for office. He has pleaded not guilty to the charges.
During sitting on Wednesday, May 18, 2022, Mr. Chachu Chikata, lawyer for the MP, Mr. James Jachi Kwesen, informed the court that the legal team have filed an application at the Court of Appeal seeking to stay proceedings at the High Court. Mr. Chikata also told the court that they have filed another application seeking an order for the 3rd, 4th and 5th charges to be struck out. The presiding judge, Justice Mary Century, in the ruling said the application filed before the Court of Appeal does not stop the High Court from continuing sitting. The court also said it will determine application on the 3 charges on June 1, 2022 and also fix a date for the trial to start. Mr. Jachi Kwesen is facing 5 counts of deceit of a public officer, forgery of passports or travel certificates, knowingly making a false statutory declaration, perjury and false declaration for office. He has pleaded not guilty to all 5 criminal charges on February 15, 2022 and is currently on a 100,000 Ghana cedis bail bond. The restrained member of parliament for Asen North is in court over issues of his alleged dual citizenship when he contested the 2020 parliamentary elections. The state holds the view that Mr. Kweyson allegedly made a false statement to the passport office that he to another country at a time he applied for a Ghanaian passport. The MP has also been accused of making false declaration to the Electoral Commission that he did not owe any allegiance to a foreign country when he filed to contest as parliamentary candidate for his constituency. Criminal proceedings against Mr. J.Chi Kweyson began after one Richard Techi Mensah petitioned the police over his actions. The Supreme Court on April 13, 2022 restrained Mr. J.Chi Kweyson from holding himself as an MP for the area and also carrying out any parliamentary duties or functions on behalf of the constituency.
Let's go to Nkranza now, where there has recently been a clash between police and residents, and there is an easy calm at Nkranza of the Bono East region following a violent clash between the police and youth of the area on Tuesday. Late afternoon Wednesday, police officers at the Nkranza South Municipal Command were seen leaving the township after a crunch meeting chaired by the Director General in charge of operations of the Ghana Police Service, COP Christian Tete Yohonu.
The youth in the area alleged their colleague Albert Donko has been unjustifiably killed by the police and are not giving the family any details about where their relative could be. The youth alleged that 5 personnel of the Ghana Police Service at about 1 a.m. on April 25, 2022, while the suspect was asleep, surrounded their house and picked him from his room with other items and sent him to the Nkranza Divisional Police Command on suspicion of being part of a robbery gang. Meanwhile, the mother of 19-year-old Victor Owusu, killed in Tuesday's clash between police and youth of Nkranza, Victor, a final year student of the Nkranza Technical Institute, was shot in the head when the youth were rioting in protest at the alleged killing of Albert Akwesi Donko. An anguished mother of Victor, who last saw his son before he left for school on Tuesday, has accused the police of wrongfully killing her son. Madame Yakwa, a trader in the Nkranza market, said her son was not one of the protesters. Some police officers who are stationed at the Nkranza Municipal Police Command but were seen leaving after a crunch meeting chaired by the Director General of Police Administration in charge of operations, COP Christian Tete Yohonu, told GBC News of camera that they had received a directive from above to leave the area immediately. All efforts by GBC News to get some information about the meeting between the police delegation from Accra and the opinion leaders in the area were not successful.
Away from Nkranza to the seat of government, President Kafui says the significant effect of the COVID-19 and the Russian-Ukraine war has brought into sharp focus the slogan Africa Beyond Aid and Intra-Regional Trade. Addressing the Academy of African Business and Development Conference in Accra, Nana Kafui said the continent must do away its dependency mindset and rather engage with other countries competitively through trade and investments while developing intra-African trade to transform the continent.
Countries, especially Africa, is gradually dwindling. However, Africa has been and continues to rely on international aid for its development, though the volume of international aid received on the low compared to its total annual expenditure. Foreign aid is still one of the key sources of funding for development in Africa. President Kafui in 2017 proposed a Ghana Beyond Aid vision, urging the creation of a Ghana that is beyond dependence on the charity of others to take care of her people, but rather engages with other countries competitively through trade and investment for her development. The 4-day conference will focus on challenges that confront the African Beyond Aid vision and draft proposals on how to achieve that goal. The Vice-Chancellor of the University of Professional Studies, Professor Abednego Amate, who hosts the conference, lauded the self-dependence of the university and said Africa Beyond Aid is achievable.
Africa Beyond Aid should not be a rhetoric. It should hold the promise of a qualitative and quantitative leap into the endeavor to fight poverty, raise living standards, and claim back our dignity as African people.
The Minister for Education, Dr. Yao Osei-Duchum, said building educated people will make the country achieve the desired development. The President, Nana Akufo-Addo, said the impact of COVID-19 and Russia's invasion of Ukraine is necessitating an African Beyond Aid.
The consequences of these developments are being felt the world over. Fuel, food, and logistics prices and global supply chains currently bear the brunt, accentuating Africa's paramount need to intensify our internal collaboration and cooperation in the areas of trade, markets, resources, and populations.
President Akufo-Addo outlined some key issues the conference must engage on.
Articulating policies that will help strengthen African financial institutions like the African Development Bank, Afro-Exim Bank, and the Africa Finance Corporation to enable them to take over greater responsibility for the financing of Africa's development. D, advocating for debt cancellation for Africa countries to provide a sound foundation for our future progress. E, proposing measures to help increase significantly our capacity for domestic revenue mobilization, re-evaluating the role of foreign credit rating agencies, which act as gatekeepers to global capital markets, and their modus operandi, including the fixing of the so-called Africa risk premium. G, examining the measures available to us to check the illicit outflow of capital from the continent, which is currently estimated at $100 billion per year.
The Academy honored President Akufo-Addo with his highest award, the Lifetime Achievement Award, for his role in development towards the establishment of AFCTA and the hosting of the Secretariat in Accra.
Let's go to Jubilee House, and a 15,000-seater sports stadium is expected to be constructed at Sunyani, the regional capital of Bono region. The project, estimated at $45 million, will help in unearthing talent in the Bono region. This came up when traditional leaders from the Bono region called on President Akufo-Addo at the Jubilee House in Accra.
We're at the Jubilee House to congratulate Akufo-Addo on his second term. Also, they used the occasion to thank the government for undertaking developmental projects in the region, including the 1D, 1F roads, among others. However, the chiefs had a litany of requests, including roads, upgrading of the Sunyani Hospital to Teaching Hospital, infrastructure for University of Energy and Natural Resources, and Sunyani Technical University.
Sunyani Airport. Emrebi Echem Airport Ajegu. Emrebi Yakan Wansem from Kakra. You ran there, you were na aseda any campiania de Omao. Just say, Nanam, ya to say phase 1. Betimi ewie, Sisi, what the Roman only a channel say, Baya, Ubetimi, Abba, Ucha, Untumape, not just say airport, you ran air cosso. In him say phase 2, Esu, Yaba person kada. Say Yensha Siena, Sunyani Airport, and Juma. No, na phase 2, no so, Kawada Roman, Kawaboy, then also so a Gaudi Asona Bofum, the Waman for what you may I yet the Amabe.
In response, President Akufo-Addo said the Sunyani Airport will soon be commissioned, and that will pave way for the second phase of the project to commence.
A meeting was held in the Ministry of Sports between the company CK Engineering Company, who have produced the designs of the proposed Sunyani Sports Stadium. So the idea is of a 15,000 capacity sports stadium. Those were submitted today to the Ministry of Youth and Sports, plus the financing arrangements. Now, financing arrangements, well, I think Ministry of Finance will engage the contractors and the consultants to agree on the terms of the financing. So far, they're talking about $45 million. I don't know whether that will be accurate. But you can be sure from this information that Yeguso, we are continuing to look at what needs to be done to complete the sports stadium and bring it into operation.
He assured the chief that a good number of road networks in the region have been given on contract and will ensure that these projects are completed before he ends his second term.
Sunyani Airport Phase 1, yewie. Na akasemebaho na a formal commissioning. The member Tennessee say Passionaire has already decided say what they want to be. And many regional minister. Then we do the formal commissioning of the airport. Now, the second phase, and also by September, we will start it. It's been accommodated for in the mid-year budget in July to start the activity of the second phase in September.
The traditional leaders from the Bono region presented a cloth as a gift to President Akufo-Addo. Edward Nyakun, reporting for GBC News.
Let's still stay in the capital. A three-man team has been constituted to mediate and find an amicable solution among parties involved in the Bulgaria embassy's demolition impasse, as per the recommendations of the At a meeting with the sector minister, Mr. Samuel Jinapo, the ambassador of Bulgaria to Ghana, Mr. Yanko Yordanov, said though his outfit was not notified about any of the happenings, he believes the current tension must not mar the strong relations between the two countries. Clara Mlano reports.
60 years of bilateral relations built on all fronts between Ghana and Bulgaria were almost fractured as a result of the demolition of Bulgaria's embassy in Ghana. A move by a private developer to own the said piece of land without due process and pulling down existing buildings on the premises is the roots of the tension. Though all developments have ceased and a sole inquiry commission to look into the matter has presented its report, the matter is yet to be brought to finality.
When these kinds of matters arise, what is important is that we cut take third parties out of it, because people will intervene for their own parochial, personal interests, sometimes even political interests. And I think that the strong bond of friendship and relations between the government and peoples of Ghana and Bulgaria should be way above that.
The ambassador of Bulgaria to Ghana thanked the president and the sector minister for the swift intervention and cleared the country of any wrongdoing.
Bulgaria understands the situation, and we know that it's not Ghana behind this. Those are some few individuals who wanted throughout the years consistently to undermine this friendship that existed and that is still alive. And I'm so thankful to each and every Ghanaian that those few individuals didn't succeed.
Finding an amicable solution to the matter was one of the recommendations of the school inquirer. The Deputy Minister for Lands and Natural Resources in charge of forestry, Mr. Benito Uwusubio, a rep from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the Technical Director at the Ministry of Lands, Mr. Maxwell Edun Safwa, are on the team. For GBC News, Clara Mlano reporting.
Let's go to the foreign front now and let's look at health in Mozambique. And Mozambique has declared an outbreak of wild polio after a young child was diagnosed with a disease in the country's northeastern Tete province. Its first case in 30 years. The World Health Organization says doctors detected it when the child began experiencing the onset of paralysis in late March.
Neighboring Malawi reported a similar case in February this year. The Health Ministry is planning a vaccination drive aimed at reaching children who are immunized or partially protected to boost their immunity. Wild polio remains endemic in only 2 countries in the world, Afghanistan and Pakistan. Sequencing done on the sample collected in Mozambique shows that the strain is similar to the one circulating in Pakistan. Polio usually affects children under 5, sometimes leading to irreversible paralysis. Although it has no cure, it can be prevented through vaccination.
Now, a 21-year-old Russian soldier has pleaded guilty to killing an unarmed civilian in the first war crimes trial in Ukraine since the war started. Vadim Shishmarin admitted shooting a 62-year-old man a few days after the invasion began. He faces life in jail.
Prosecutors say Shishmarin was commanding a unit in a tank division when his convoy came and 4 other soldiers stole a car, and as they traveled near Chupanhivka, they encountered the 62-year-old on a bicycle. According to prosecutors, Shishmarin was ordered to kill the civilian and use the Kalashnikov assault rifle to do so. The Kremlin said earlier it was not informed about the case. Shishmarin's trial was adjourned shortly after the civilian's widow heard for the first time the Russian soldier admit to the murder. This high-profile hearing will restart on Thursday in a larger courtroom. Ukraine has so far identified more than 10,000 possible war crimes committed in Russia. Moscow has denied its troops have targeted civilians, but investigators have been collecting evidence of possible war crimes to bring before the International Criminal Court in The Hague. The ICC is sending a team of 42 investigators and support staff to Ukraine. Meanwhile, Ukraine has set up a team to preserve evidence to enable future prosecutions.
And it's time for us to bring to you the weather update for today. Felicity Ahafianyo, who is the head of Central Analysis and Forecasting at the Ghana Meteo Agency, joins us on the phone lines. Good morning, Felicity.
Good morning, my sister.
I hope you're well.
Yeah, by the grace of God, I'm doing pretty well. What about
Great.
you and the other person in the studio?
We are all well. We are doing fine. How is the weather looking like for us today?
Yeah, today it's likely not to be a pretty good day for us, especially those. We have a rainstorm that is moving in, but then the directional wind is opposite to it, so it's retarded its movement, but then it's gradually pushing in. So some areas along the coast this morning are likely to be engulfed in this system that will cast a cloudiness over Aflau and its environs. Accra will also be clouded by the system, Kafui, Cape Coast, and Takrady. And then we are having between 30 and 40% chance of rain over these areas. But then I want to add that it's not likely that every part in Accra will get the rain. Some will just be cloudy, and then some will experience the rain fall out of it. For temperatures for today, along the coast is around 31. The forest region will have 33. Transition will have 34, and our bread will have 37 degrees Celsius. The bulk of the system is over the sea, so the fisher folks, the state is rough. If they want to go out for fishing towards the Takrady half afternoon, it's pretty good this morning. But then in the afternoon, the system managed to overcome the directional wind, and then which will not be pretty good in the afternoon to the late evening. But then if those that was to do fishing activities over the Volta part of the sea is not conducive this morning, but later in the day into the evening, it will be clear of the thunderstorms. The Volta Lake, we have 40% chance of thunderstorm forming over that area this afternoon. As usual, if they want to go out for fishing in the late afternoon to evening hours, they still have to contact Met Office to find out if there is any rainstorm approaching or forming. The numbers still remain the same. 777-172. They should ask for the duty for and they will be sorted out. So today, this is how we are anticipating the weather to be. If the wind succeeded in controlling the storm, then definitely it's going to be a pretty good day for those of us along the coast.
Thank you so very much, Felicity Ahafianyo, who's the head of Central Analysis and Forecasting at the Ghana Meteo Agency. And that brings us to a wrap of GTV Breakfast. I am Multi-Decider Sadiq. We're still live on DSTV channel 278, streaming live on Facebook as well at the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation. If you didn't catch the weather report, you can watch it on Facebook. Well, up next is Health Check, and Kaf and his guests will be looking at the benefits and risks of taking in salt. Stay with us. I'll be back at 7 with sports.
Hallelujah! May the God of gods be praised for watching over Ghana. Amen. National President, ni Executive for that Aglo International ano. Diane Jesron Kotun Safre Obibia. The Babu Sumi Ghana Odimampa Basi. Empabwe Ebaso Memneda. 21st May 2022. Wa Black Stars Crank. Anopanon on 7 a.m. Theme: For I am the Lord your God, who takes hold of your hand, Ghana, and says to you, do not fear, I will help you. Na mi eradi winyankupon. Mekra wunifem Ghana. Mina mesew se ensro mia mebwao. Isaiah 41:13. For wafadie bia brebi. Kaisa busumi ye matwene. Enti emfa bibiara ye de ye dede ema ho. Remember, no noise making instruments are allowed this month. Be aglow for Jesus.
Hello and welcome to the Real Travel Show, where we take you on an exciting journey of fascinating places around the world. Invite your friends. Be my guest on this weekly journey around the world. Discover the food. Oh yes, my friend. The music, arts, culture, and the magical sights and sounds.
Welcome to the Real Travel Show with me, yours truly, Ras Mubarak, and you, my friend, are very welcome.
Under the auspices of the Vice Chancellor, Professor Elvis Asare-Bediako, the School of Mines and Built Environment of the University of Energy and Natural Resources, Sunyani, Ghana, presents a 2-day transformational dialogue on artisanal and small-scale mining under the theme
Enhancing Multi-Stakeholder Approaches Towards Addressing Challenges Small-Scale Mining and the Institutional Dynamics for Sustainable Practices in Ghana. This event will take place at the Shillings Executive Lodge, Sunyani, Ghana, from the 25th to 26th of May 2022 at 9 a.m. each day.
Special guest of honor is His Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Alhaji Dr. Mahamadou Bawumia. Guest speaker, the Honorable Minister of Lands and Natural Resources, Samuel Jinapo.
The keynote address will be given by the Honorable Minister of Education, Dr. Yao Educhim.
This 2-day event will bring together industry players, regulatory agencies, relevant ministries, and other primary stakeholders to brainstorm on the possible solutions towards the formalization and sustainable practices of the artisanal and small-scale mining industry.
Sponsors: Minerals Commission Ghana, Minerals Development Fund, and the Ghana Chamber of Mines.
Media partners: City TV and City FM, Ghana Broadcasting Corporation, Joy News, Adum TV, Joy FM, Asempa FM, Love FM, Inshira FM, Joy Online, Greener FM, and UNET TV.
For enquiries, call 0200-744-442, 0244-854-109, or 0243-926-206.
UNET, Knowledge, Integrity, Impact.
the joy of Jehovah, the peace of Jehovah, prosperity of Jehovah, divine health, success.
The God of Abraham, in the name of Jesus, may God fight your fighters. In the name of Jesus.
Ever is my place of pain. I've been weeping, but weeping may endure for a night.
Sometimes you have to be broke for God to provide for you. You gotta experience Him for yourself.
I declare the gates of favor are open. God is calling you to your next level tonight. The emotional storm is over.
why we should be very careful about or see what the benefits and the disadvantages are of something that we put in our food all the time. And it gives it flavor, but hey, what are the benefits and the risks of salt? And my guest is wise, an author of many books on just how to eat right and make sure that what you're putting in your body will make your body sing "Lovely Day" like that. Like, why? It's good morning. Welcome to the show.
Yeah,
you love that song, right?
Yeah,
it's a beautiful song.
It's a nice song.
It's a nice
for
song
the morning.
The nice song for the morning. Yes, nice song for the morning. So when it comes to food, I mean, salt is used widely around the world to improve taste and make unpalatable foods nice and edible. So it plays a big part in food and diets. But are you eating too much? What's the ideal amount? What are the benefits, risks of salt? This conversation, I'm sure people will be listening and bringing in lots of feedback, because salt is something that in our diets, I mean, there's no salt in the food. The food is not nice. Yeah, but can you actually eat a great meal and enjoy it without salt?
Yeah, there are many people who are able to go without salt. So taste is kind of acquired and also trained. So you train the tongues, and then you can actually go without salt. You know, these ingredients, salt and sugar. There are people who are able to eat without them, but that is not what we will advise anybody. Even in sickness and disease states, patients are not supposed to go without salt. There are recommended amounts, and sticking to that is the issue for many other people.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
We are supposed to consume not more than a teaspoon, let me just round it off to that, of salt in a day.
Okay.
In all the foods that we eat.
So everything we box up
together
should add up to a
should
teaspoon.
Ideally not be more than a teaspoon, but that's not the case. Some investigations or studies that have even been personally involved have revealed that our consumption of salt ranges from about 5 teaspoons a day to about 15. 15 for some people.
15
exactly.
teaspoons.
So averagely, about 10 teaspoons a day. People may not know, but then salt comes from all sorts of foods. There's salt naturally occurring in food. Even the apple before you has some salt in it.
Oh, okay.
Just that it's not so much. So we can classify it as a low salt food. Most of our meats come with natural salt. Most of our vegetables also come with natural salt. And some other fruits as well come with natural salt.
What is salt?
Fish.
I mean, in terms of chemically, what is it?
It's sodium chloride.
Okay.
And it can be viewed as a nutrient because it has benefits also. So salt is good. People talks about salt. If it's lost its saltiness, then it's thrown away. So it's like you said from the intro, salt enhances taste, and if it's not there, there are problems, and it functions in controlling the fluid in the body. It also even helps in the transmission of nerve impulses. So if you can feel that you've touched something and stuff like that, the salt at work within you in bringing some of those effects or sensations to the body.
When you taste your fingers with this, you get a salty sensation?
Yes.
Is that from the salt? Is that salt in your sweat?
Yes. So because we lose salt through sweat, maybe that's why you can feel it on the skin and other parts of the body. And even the way the salt helps our muscles contract and relax. So it has benefits to the extent that if you don't take in enough salt, you can fall sick.
Really?
Yes, there's a condition known as hyponatremia or low salt in the blood. Yeah, you can feel weak, you can be vomiting, you can be sweating, you can be lethargic, all simply because of low salt. You don't have enough salt in your system. Now, the salt controls the amount of fluid and other electrolytes in the body. So it's an important addition to our food, but too much of it is not good for the heart. It's not good for most of the organs, the cardiovascular system, and so we need to really work on how much we eat. Yeah.
Back in the 80s, I remember my grandma used to just basically scoop salt from a container, and it was rock salt, and then put it inside the soup. How different is rock salt from what we have, the table salt, or iodated salt that we have on the
so
market?
the difference is iodine. You know, along the line, the problem of iodine deficiency surfaced, and from research, there was a solution that was to add salt to iodine to the salt. Because salt is widely used, many people will easily now be able to get the iodine they need for good health, to prevent the goiters and all those sort of issues. Iodine even plays a role in intelligence. So that's how come salt was iodized. So the difference is the iodine. So now it's sodium chloride and then iodine.
And that's what we have in the market when we go and buy salt.
Exactly. So when you take that, it's a little bit more nutritious than the rock salt.
But rock salt is still available in the market?
Yes, there's nothing wrong with consuming rock salt as well. So anyone who likes rock salt can still consume it. Anyone who likes the iodated salt can also consume it. Just that the iodized one comes so clean, without the sand and some other things. So most people have that preference. It's good for food safety reasons, but there's nothing also wrong with the local rock salt.
Okay. Now tell us what happens to your body when you take too much salt.
Too much salt, yes. So like I mentioned earlier, you can have too much fluid in the system, and so the fluid part of the blood will increase in volume, and that is a contributory factor to the development of hypertension. And it's so common, and if it would have just given you hypertension and stayed there, like you will not be so much worried. But hypertension is causing a lot of kidney diseases, people's kidney, causing end-stage kidney diseases among the youth. So there's
young people are getting kidney issues.
Yes, very young people in their 20s, people in their 30s.
20s.
It's not like you need to grow old to have such bad conditions, and it's becoming so common these days. So there's a need for the population to manage hypertension very well, and the amount of salt. There are other dietary factors, and that hypertension has its treatment protocols, medication, diet, exercise, etc. All these things have to be done well, and a major part of that is how much salt that we consume. So we have to begin to try to see how best we can implement the consumption of just the teaspoon of salt a day, which means a third of a teaspoon per meal. So that's what we add to the food when you are cooking. After the food is served, ideally we shouldn't be shaking salt in it. I know that in chop bars and some restaurants they have salt mixed with other things that make enhance the flavor of the soups.
Like
especially
what are they mixing the salt with?
Maybe some other herbs or vegetables, or spices. Spices.
All right.
So it's just like a mixture which will enhance taste, and people get addicted to these things. In the end, they consume too much salt. So people should begin to even remove those salt shakers from the tables. That will be the best step to take if you want to maintain your heart health, and also prevent all the complications that come with having hypertension. Hypertension even affects the eyes. It's like I mentioned, the kidneys, and sexual performance and all that. So there's a need to really check how much salt. Another way,
I think if you market this getting off salt, if you link it to sexual performance, Ghanaian men will buy the message.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll not be happy, because even though eating well gives us good health, it's always very difficult to eat well. Yeah, so that's why I said they will not like the message anyway. But then,
but if you say you can't perform in bed because of the salt, then they'll cut the salt out.
I'm sure they'll listen faster.
They'll listen faster. Yes, the ears will be more tuned. Yeah. So something for your education.
Exactly. So, and there are also salted foods. Salted foods that it's hard to take away from the Ghanaian, like something like Kobe, like kako, like momoni, and all that.
Those things are loaded with salt.
Salt, salt is used as So it preserves the fish. Imagine putting fresh tilapia down and putting salted fish or the Kobe there. The Kobe will last longer, even just on the kitchen shelves, compared to the fresh one. So the salt removes the water and minimizes microbial activity. So it preserves food, and then these are delicacies, things that people like. I'm not going to say that people should stop eating the Kobe, but then they should minimize.
How do you? I read somewhere that if you soak these Kobe and Momoni and their brother Kako in water, it takes out some of the salt. Is that correct?
Of course, salt dissolves in water, so definitely if you soak them in water and keep changing the water, you take out much of the salt. But the relationship that exists between the salt in Kobe and the fish is so strong. The bonds are so strong, so it's very difficult to get rid of salt, to bring them to levels that we will say may not be dangerous. So
maybe one can eat Kobe once a week.
Exactly. So instead of having Kobe every day, you try to leave some of the days out.
Okay.
And if you are managing hypertension, for example, then
don't go there.
It should not even be one of your proteins.
How about pork? Yeah. The way we would prepare pork in this country.
Yeah. So I will link that with other types of meat, because before meats are cooked or fried, they are seasoned, and a major ingredient that is used is salt. And these days, it will interest you to note that salt in the form of monosodium glutamate, it's also heavily used in preparation of the foods that we buy, be it by the roadside or in the big restaurants and all that. So they soak this meat in water, salt, cubes, and other things, just so that the salt gets into the very fiber of the meat and make it tastier and more acceptable. And the reason why you may like the taste of some of this produce and want to have them every day is because of the level of saltiness. Yeah, so it's used in processing them for boiling, for frying, for grilling, and co. So one of the ways to cut down on how much salt you get from these things is to prepare them yourself. Then you are able to control the amount of salt that you put in there. But we say these things, sometimes when I say people should even prepare their own food themselves, I feel guilty. I feel like I'm being overbearing because of how busy everybody is.
Schedules are tight.
And schedules are tight, and definitely people will end up buying food. We can only recommend that they should prepare. So, a larger part of the education should go to these food vendors, because if we should conduct a survey, even within Accra, street food consumers will be more than home food consumers any day, especially during the weekdays. So people would definitely end up buying. It's convenient to have food served to you at the office and all that. So companies contract caterers and all that. So we have to intensify education to some of these caterers or the food vendors, that they do the right things. Yes, they should cut down on the salt, use more of the herbs to enhance the taste. So if you have more ginger, more garlic, more pepper, more precursor, and all those things as seasoning, then there may not be so much need for salt.
Actual salt.
Yes, so that we can cut down on how much salt people are consuming.
This point you're making about street food and salt, do you reckon that FDA should be actually doing some surveys and giving us data? Because they
Exactly. There's a lot of information, especially when you go to the universities. The professors have done a lot of work on street food and all that. So I think that there has to be, I will actually call for a national campaign, spearheaded by the regulatory bodies, the FDA, for example. And we should talk about this thing very much. I don't know. You realize that our healthcare system is more concentrated on cure. Fall sick and go to the hospital. You have access to all the specialists. You have access to all the medicines that you need and all that. The prevention is less spoken about. We need more people who can go into the communities. We need more programs like you do, and even bigger platforms than this. More dietitians in the districts and everywhere, and the local communities. Giving out this kind of information, I believe we can even minimize the nation's budget or reduce the nation's budget on healthcare. And the thing is, it has to start with individuals. So if you as an individual, you practice some of these things, less salt, in the end you may not end up buying hypertensive medications or having to look for money for dialysis at the end of the day when you end up developing kidney disease. It will benefit you as an individual, and when it snowballs, many people behave that way, the whole nation is affected. But then it's education. Let's keep saying it every day when you come here.
Yes,
say something about salt.
About salt. One time. Yes, you're listening to Wise, a lecturer, his dietitian, is an author, and today we're talking about salt, health benefits and risks. And here comes Thelma with your questions to Wise.
Thank you, Kaf. Hi, Wise. To you all. Our WhatsApp number is 05555-61034. Send your messages to us now. We are discussing the health benefits of salt. So on the screen, not salt related, but a big part of our family, Lightness, who has been a regular or a feature on the yellow couch. Today is your birthday, Lightness. We love you. So you've sent us a message to remind us, say, good morning, Lightness here, and a very good morning to everyone. Today's my birthday. I wanted to say hi, and you all are invited to my birthday light show festival next Saturday. Hoping to see you all. Thank you, Lightness. Send us the details to where that party is happening, and maybe we might pass through. Aaron Babakuko Komisa says, asking what makes intakes of too much salt very dangerous to our health. I think Wise has touched on that. When and how is it advisable to add salt to our diet, and what are the health benefits of salt? I think if you had stayed with us long enough, you would answer to that as well. This is the one I found quite interesting. Is it okay to add salt to alcohol? And I'm asking myself, what's happening here?
That's
which kind of chemistry experiment?
It's a very dangerous thing to do.
It's dangerous, huh?
Yes, and risky for health because I mean, you just heard me talk about how dangerous salt is, and alcohol has its own danger. It's a toxin. Alcohol is a toxin. When it enters the system, the body tries to make it safer for itself. So there's a whole thing called alcohol metabolism, just to make sure that that dangerous thing doesn't destroy the cells within us. So you bring the two together, you are creating an atomic bomb within. So I would advise anyone who does that not to.
That's literally shots fired.
Shots fired.
Creating an atomic bomb in your stomach.
We don't want any bomb situations in any way. So no salt in alcohol at all. Okay? More messages on screen. I want to find out from the dietitian, sugar and salt, which one can be more dangerous to our health? Henry Abeka from Aguna Stradru. Which is better, which is worse?
Yeah, they are all good, necessary additives or additions to food. It is too much of their intake.
Moderation.
That is the problem. So if you do 2 cubes of sugar, a cube, a teaspoon, you are safe. Sugar comes in the form of honey as well. You do just or you take just like a tablespoon. It's fine any day for anybody, unless there's a condition which says don't take sugar. And then salt also, like I said, if we can stick to the third of a teaspoon or just a pinch per meal and stop adding at table, stop getting ourselves in situations that create the excessive intake of salt, we'll be safe. So let's not run away from them, and let's not also love them too much.
Okay, so permitted in moderation. Good morning, family. Today is me and my twin sister's birthday. This is coming from Trisha. Trisha is the grandma of BFS, and we love you to bits. Aunt Patricia, thank you so much for always, from day one, for being with us. And to you and your twin sister, we wish you the very, very best. You see how Maybons we rock? They can't ask. God looked at the world and said, this world needs more Maybons. So everybody knows plenty people born in May. Good morning. Hashtag I love to see GTV breakfast. I really like salted fish. The education will help me minimize the intake of these fishes. Salvation from my jaw. Great that you picked something from this chat. Hello and good morning to all of you out there. Good morning to you as well. And this is where I'll wrap it and I'll hand it back to Kaf and Wise.
Alrighty, thank you very much, Thelma, for the messages. Would you consider salt a silent killer?
To not a silent killer, it's a loud killer, because if there's so much salt in the food, you sense it. These are things that when they are hurting you, you don't even know they are there. Like cholesterol, when it's high, you don't feel it, but it's destroying the system. As for salt, like I said earlier, it's a noisy killer.
Noisy killer. I'm going back to the salt and alcohol combo. So there are some people, a lot of people who drink beer and then they have their granules going down with it. The combination is not good,
Granules are oily, and they, in effect, we say they are high caloric. So, and alcohol also comes with energy. So that's, if you take only the alcohol, we say it's not too good. How much more add something that has a lot of energy as well? To me, it's not the way to go. It's not the best way. If you look at nutritional value, taking only alcohol is not as nutritious as adding granules. But when you look at the health benefits,
okay, so everything in moderation. Okay, signs to show that one is at risk of taking too much salt.
Yeah, so mostly high blood pressure. That's the, so people need to get to check their BP often, and maybe swelling in some parts of the body, but unless it gets to a level where the too much salt is actually causing so much harm within, that's when other things will come along. So one of the first problems that come with taking too much salt is having to battle with blood pressure issues. Yeah, so, but then that's why BPs are checked routinely in our hospitals.
Okay.
When you just arrive, your BP, because it's a big problem in the society. So people who don't go to the hospital should even think of owning their own BP monitors. Cute ones, not so expensive these days.
You got one at home. I'll be checking small.
All the time, check your BP. But then check your habits. Just be sure that you're not putting in too much salt. And these things that we are saying affects people differently. There are some people who are heavy consumers of the salt, they don't have any problems. There are some people too, the moment they are tempted, they have the problem. So no one should say that, as for me, I take a lot, so it's good for everybody to take a lot.
Okay.
Let's save others as
well. All right. Awesome. Let's talk about your books, man. Like I can see, Live Long by Eating Well.
Yes. So Live Long by Eating Well. I also have Be Your Own Dietitian.
Nice.
And Eating to Prevent and Manage Lifestyle Diseases.
Awesome.
So they're available Kingdom Bookshops, and also 0244 090 262 0244 090 262. We deliver nationwide and everywhere. And it's also, they are available. You can download them as apps.
Okay.
So just key in the titles and or my name,
and the book comes out as
it comes up. You can keep them on your Android phones and also tablets. You have them always with you. Download once and you have it for life. So
that's pretty cool.
That's it.
Okay, nice.
And also I have a lot of short articles and write-ups
Where can you find them?
On www.lecturebooks.com.
Okay.
www.lecturebooks.com. It's a blog which is quite interactive.
Okay.
You can even request for consultations, request for the books, and also read these free articles to just govern your life for a better future.
Thank you so much. It's been a very powerful, very educative chat. I can still remember the punchlines. Salt plus alcohol equals atomic bomb. And it's a noisy killer, salt. So be careful how you deal with that language. I know in Ava it's a jet. In Dagbani it is, what is it? Yalim. I love it. Yalim. Adan, I need the Adan word for salt. I need the Hausa word for salt. Ga is Mo. And then Chi must be in Chini. I thought it was umbrella, but umbrella is completely different one. Chini. Let me take a bit of my apple. And we've got sports news up next with Maltiti, who just taught me how to say salt in Dagbani, and I've forgotten. Is it Yele? Yelum? Yelum?
Hi, thank you for joining us on GTV Breakfast Sports. I am Multi-Decider Sadek. On this side, we tell you what's trending in your world of sports, what your favorite team is up to. The stories that are topical in the sporting arena. We're looking at Inter-Allies. We've also filed an appeal against GFA's match-fixing disciplinary actions. Also go to Obuase for more. Speak to our correspondent there on the same matter. Hearts of Oak, we'll see how they fared in their game yesterday, regardless of the ailment that is going round in their camp. We'll look at Isaac Dogbe withdrawing from his fight that's supposed to have come off this weekend. We'll look at the Europa League and some tennis as well. Let's start off with the issue that's on the heart of many Ghanaians currently because of allegations of corruption, match-fixing, hooliganism in Ghanaian football on the local front. Now, Division 1 League side Inter-Allies has also filed an appeal against the GFA Disciplinary Committee ruling to demote the club to Division 2 over match-fixing investigations just a day after Ash Gold filed their own appeal. The GFA on Monday released the verdict after a 10-month investigation of match manipulation between the two clubs. Very soon, CAF will be having an extensive conversation with the MD of the Swiss-based investigation company Sports Radar. They carried out the investigation for the GFA. We'll be having an extensive conversation around the match fixing of Ash Gold and Inter-Allies. But before that, let's quickly dash to Obuase and speak with our correspondent who is stationed there right now. Nicholas, to tell us the atmosphere in town after such news hits their township. We know how big Ash Gold is in Obuase. Hello, Nicholas. Good morning.
Good morning, Motiti.
Right. How are the people of Obuase faring?
Oh, Obuase, apart from the recent development in the sporting arena, has been very calm, and the people going about their usual lawful socio-economic activities, including the mining activities there.
Right.
But for the recent release of a verdict of the disciplinary committee, which has generated a lot of heat and an uneasy calm among the sporting fraternity. That is what is a bit disturbing about the security and peace of the municipality in particular, and the sporting facility in the Ashanti region, to the extent that the police service in the municipality has advised that, based on the intelligence they have taken, it is unadvisable. It is not advisable that the Ghana Football Association should go ahead for the Obuasi team, Anglo-Good Ashanti. Yes, as good, to continue to engage their regional rivals Asante Kotoko in their match to the 29 encounter. So for today, that match has been put on hold until further notice.
Why?
That is what is coming from the Football Association.
Why? But why is that so? Do they suspect that there's going to be some rioting from the fans of Ash Gold because of the disciplinary actions from the GFA?
That is precisely the situation. Because they are the security on the ground, the security on the ground from day one, when the release from the disciplinary committee was made public, there were some negative reactions of the people to the news, to the extent that people started wearing red bands to indicate their frustration and dislike about what had happened, especially when the team is supposed to be the team for the community, for the mining area, and in particular Danso community. You know, Danso community spans over the Obuasi municipality. It's a whole lot of, it's a whole big part of the Asante Kingdom. So when an issue of this nature affects them, it's a major issue of security concern. So that's why the police have advised the GFA to put on hold this match, because it's coming immediately after the unfavorable response or reaction or verdict from the GFA.
Right. Aside from the demotion, how do you think, or what are the sample opinions of the people there concerning the 8 years and the 10-year ban on their CEO and the other executives of the Ashgood Club? What are they saying concerning the ban?
And the situation, the reaction has been varied. It has been mixed, so to speak. For the people of Obuasi, even the taking over of the club from the Anglo Ashanti, the mining firm that was handling an individual or a private individual, was not a message that they took kindly. They had their reservations, they made some pronouncements about it. And then when some news about the performance of the team also came in later during the last league season, that also appears to have magic the situation or rapport further a bit further. Okay. So from that time until the release of the verdict of the disciplinary committee, the opinion of the people has not been about the negativity or the punishment meted out to the Obuasi Club, but the involvement of the chief executive and the president of the club. And the opinion is that the Anglo-Good is supposed to take over the club again and manage it. I'm even told that in the coming days, the community is going to hold a news conference and the president of Anglo-Good to ask the company to take over the club from its current management. So that is what is now emerging, that there's going to be a news conference that is held by the community. The chiefs on traditional leaders around that area are not the least happy about the development. But for what is quite amusing is about the divided opinion of the media practitioners in the Ashanti region. Some are indicating that the Ashanti Gold is no mean a club to suffer such a humiliating decision of the disciplinary committee. And some are even alluding to the fact that some people at the GSA have something against the club. And so that could have culminated in this decision. But there are others too who are saying that, yes, it's a deterrent punishment or measure by the GSA to sanitize the environment for further embarrassing and then, embarrassing to the Ghanaian local football
clubs, right?
Could injure. So that's the varied opinion being shared by media practitioners especially.
Right. So with regards to stakeholders in Obuasi, like the chiefs you mentioned early on, what are they planning to do? So there's a news conference. Are they planning to overturn the decision by the GFA, or they are calling on the GFA to reduce the sanctions that have been slapped on the clubs?
They have made aware that officially Ashanti Gold has filed for an appeal against the decision of the disciplinary committee. So we are waiting when exactly the appeal committee is going to consider the appeal, and then when the verdict is going to come. Before then, as indicated, not only the chiefs are worried about the situation, Ashanti Regional Minister, Mr. Alexander Akon, he's also a native of Obuasi, and immediately after the verdict was released, he also came out officially to express disquiet about the situation, and he also saying that for now, Obuasi must prepare for the worst, and the worst could be that even if the decision is appealed, the worst case scenario will be that the appeal will be thrown out. And when it happens like that, it means that the decision or the verdict of the disciplinary committee will stand, and Obuasi will be the greatest to suffer. And so he's advising that the stakeholders put their acts together in awaiting the worst case scenario, and then they should prepare to take over the club, and then they would not do anything but prepare to send the team as it is now to the second division, and within the shortest possible time, in a matter of 2 years, they should be prepared to from Division 2 to the Premier Division. That will be when all shoulders are put to the wheel, and then manage the situation very well. That's the opinion of the former Ashanti Regional minister who is a native of Obuasi.
Rightly so. Thank you, Nicholas Asay Owusu is our Ashanti regional correspondent, and who's speaking to us live from Obuasi to tell us the thoughts and the comments and sentiments of the people who love Ashanti gold and how they are faring with the ban and the sanctions that have been slapped on the clubs by the Ghana Football Association. We did hear that there will be a news conference which traditional leaders and stakeholders in Obuasi will be part of. We'll bring you details of that news conference and any mediation or negotiations that are made in that news conference. And also later, Kafui, they will be sitting right after sports, will be sitting with his guests, and he'll be speaking to the investigation company Sports Radar, the MD of the Swiss-based investigation company Sports Radar, for an extensive conversation about this match fixing by Inter Allies and Ashgood. Let's move on and let's still stay on the local league though. Hearts of Oak moved up to the 3rd place after a narrow victory over Bibiani Gold Stars in their match day 29 midweek fixture at the Accra Sports Stadium yesterday. Now the Phobians have had a difficult few days with several of their players hospitalized due to unknown illnesses. Samuel Buedu raised the team, naming only 5 players on the bench, with Daniel Ifriye Banye, Abdulaziz Nuruddin and Isaac Mensah all absent. However, Suleiman Tari, Gladson Awako and Samuel Inkum, whose lone goal decided the game, were available to save the situation. Here are the highlights of the game.
Long ball looking back space. Here's Esubontin. Who was he setting up? He finally gets to York. York shoots and it goes out for a goal kick.
If I allow them too much time on the ball and they are beginning to settle well.
Good ball from Muntari to get to York. It's a penalty.
Ball reaches York, he gets that touch, he's looking to turn. Yeah, there's a touch on his boot. Is it enough to bring him down? I don't think so. I don't think the contact is enough to bring him down.
Inkum steps forward. Here comes Inkum. And it's 1-0 for the Phobians. No mistake, Samuel Inkum puts the Phobians ahead. It's Hasabug 1. Those Stars 0.
Would have been looking for just to settle the nerves. I think that should be retaken, shouldn't it? Because Hatfield had 2 players walking into the box right before he kicked it. Referee didn't spot it, so the goal stands.
Now he finds.
Let's look at the results on the Ghana Premier League table now on its screen. On Wednesday, 18th May 2022, Adriana Stars and Elmina Sharks, it was 0-0. Brekun Chelsea and Mediama SC was 0-0 as well. Hearts of Oak, who have a lot of ailments in their camp currently, beat Bibiani Gold Stars by a goal to 0. Kerala United beat the Great Olympics Oledade by a goal to 0 as well. King Faisal beat 11 Wonders 1 goal to 0 as well. The Lions of the North, Real Tamale United and Bechem United, when they locked horns, it was 2-2. Wafa was beaten by Accra Lions by 1 goal to 0. Lagos Cities beat Dreams FC as well by 2 goals to 1. And the Ashanti Gold and Asante Kotoko game, which Nicholas Asewusu spoke earlier on about how it's been postponed due to the current brouhaha around the match fixing. Let's look at the league table and the standings. To Asante Kotoko are still in the first position with 56 points there. Bechem United in second with 48 points. Hearts of Oak in third place with 47 points. Yesterday they were in fourth place, so that they've climbed up to the third position with 47 points. Let's look at the bottom 3, and Elmina 11 Wonders is bottom place with 32 points. Wafa with 27 points. Elmina Sharks still bottom staying there with 22 points there. Elmina Sharks does need some good luck to get them out of that red zone, I believe. Now let's move to the WAFU Zone B, where Benin are set to face Nigeria in the final of the WAFU Zone B tournament tomorrow after the Eagles beat Ivory Coast 2-1 in extra time, whilst Benin qualified ahead of Burkina Faso by same scoreline. Following a 1-1 draw in time, Nigeria took the lead through Ibrahim Yahya and held on till the final whistle to book the spot at the final. Let's look at the highlights.
And there he goes. He does.
Pretty.
And here comes Benin. This is an attempt here. This is.
Now, head coach of Ghana's Black Maidens, Baba Nu, will meet the press at the Accra Sports Stadium ahead of the official training today. Ghana faced Morocco in the final round of the Under-17 Women's World Cup qualifier, meaning the Maidens are just 2 games away to their record 7th time appearance at the global showpiece. The Moroccan head coach will also take his turn to address the press at 4 p.m. before holding the official training on the D-Day. Let's look at boxing and news that have made rounds since yesterday on Twitter and other social media platforms. And former WBO Super Bantamweight World Champion Isaac the Royal Storm Dogbe has in a tweet announced of his withdrawal from the scheduled fight between him and Eugene Lagos, which was set to come off in Accra this weekend. Though the announcement came without a reason, he was clear to announce a new fight very soon. Away from boxing, let's look at the Europa League final, and entrant Frankfurt beat Rangers 5-4 on penalties on Wednesday.
Coming live from the capital, this is the Breakfast Show.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
It's a good morning, and we serve you breakfast. Not just any breakfast. Sizzling healthy.
Yeah, all the time. Okay, let's take a peek. I brought my spine.
There are certain things that we do to help the children with their brushing.
And there's much more on offer on GTV Breakfast.
You want it served buffet style?
On-site restaurant.
Complimentary breakfast?
Off of your plate should be vegetables.
So in my lifetime, I haven't seen Ghana Black Stars win an African Cup.
Can I show what is written on the back?
Yes, definitely.
Where's the camera?
Just stand and turn. So what's your pleasure than Votras here at that time of the morning? So never skip breakfast.
On GTV Breakfast.
From Monday to Friday at 6 a.m.
We've got you covered with a trusted team.
From the capital, this is the Breakfast Show.
Hello.
Yes, Daddy.
Oh, Sidi. With your voice, no teaching my okay. I can't live without you. Talk to me.
Daddy, the money.
Oh, yeah. I'm a. Thank you too. Oba money for you. Now that you'll be able to me. What is it? Have you real phone? Yeah, me and my wife. What is it?
It's your Beneto. You think slave queens are cheap?
Oh,
Just use ZPay to send me 1,000 Ghana cedis. After all, the charge is only 5 cedis.
No problem. Come inside. Surprise visit.
The money.
Oh, okay. ZPay mobile money.
ZPay. Oh, thank you so much. I can even use the same ZPay mobile money to pay my bills. Now let's
dial *270# to pay all your bills with ZPay mobile money.
ZPay Shatumu Direct.
Ago! Sikaria, we are in here. Listen, I have good news for you. This is guaranteed to make you rich forever and ever. I know what you're searching.
Hi, welcome to the side of the breakfast table. And like we promised, we're looking at some roads around the Buzia Junction in South Odoko, where Alan is saying that the newly reconstructed resurfaced roads are looking good. So for the people in that area, hey, you're looking forward to driving on some really smooth roads, and Alan will be on our screen shortly. Remember, we are streaming live on Facebook as the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation. We're on YouTube and Twitter and Instagram, and if you look for the hashtag GTV Breakfast, you can find us everywhere. Also, if you're out of Ghana and you want to keep up with the show, we are on DSTV channel 278. Alan should be on my screens shortly. Kaf is already sitting down with the Sheikh and the Reverend. They're going to have a discussion centered around the headlines and what's trending in the newspaper portals, on online portals, stuff that's trending. Also, our show is interactive. Our WhatsApp number is 055-556-1034. Also, we'll be having discussions with Ghana Water on the proposed 334% upward adjustment. And is it justifiable? Well, T will have that sit down with Stanley Mate, and we'll have everything on the table. Also, you can send your comments for that conversation to our WhatsApp number. You already know that is 055-556-1034. And so I'm going to be handing over shortly to Alan. Alan, if you can hear me, you have our eyes and our ears. Yes.
Hi, good morning, Valerie. Welcome to the Aliu Mahama Street. This is the street that comes off the main Danso Junction road towards Asoridan, and then it will bring you through the back roads or the neighborhoods of South Odoko through Blue Lagoon, and then you show up around the Malam Market, in which case you come by the Sakama traffic light. This road takes as much traffic from both ends so that the main Kanishi Kaswa Odoko highway will be slightly freer. Indeed, this morning you can see there's a lot of traffic to and fro behind me. The reason is that whereas this road, in the state in which it was, would have meant that they would avoid it, today it has been resurfaced. Not only that, but also the side road that takes traffic off the main Kaneshi Odoko highway, which is the Ni Ato McLean Avenue, has also just recently been resurfaced, and so markings works are ongoing up from the Buzia Junction towards the St. Anthony's School. This road is that it makes it convenient for commuters to move away from the major or the main road, one which at this time, at this rush hour point, you have so much traffic, especially if you're coming from the Malam Market headed towards Accra. You'd have to sit in this traffic all the way from the Malam Market beyond Odoko traffic lights, and then you get to Kanishi. But if you come off from the Malam Market end, you have this recently resurfaced road, really very smooth to drive, and within minutes it takes you off the traffic, brings you towards the Asoridan end, and then you go down. Unfortunately, our eye in the sky this morning is just packed up on us, and so it could not go up to bring you the shot from where I am all the way to the Buzia Junction. But thanks to my cameraman, Boss Joe, he's getting us at least some good perspective from on the South Odoko Aliu Mahama Street towards the Ni Ato McLean Avenue.
we're now currently looking towards the St. Anthony's School, and you will find that there's a good amount of traffic coming in from there. And it is freely flowing also because the road, which was in a state before the resurfacing, is currently providing some good respite. I doubt if anybody living around here will worry or complain about their shocks. Slowly, our neighborhoods are seeing some resurfacing works, which brings us some respite. And so our complaints to the nature of our roads and in the state in which they affect our cars slowly are becoming minimal. This is the state of the road at the Aliu Mahama Street or through South Odoko if you're coming from Malam or Thank you very much for joining us, Valerie. This is Keep an Eye coming to you on hashtag GTV Breakfast. My name, as always, is Darrell Alan Tegu. And hey, great regards to Sheikh in the studio.
Yes, indeed, Alan. Thank you for that report. I'll be coming back again, but this time we'll be looking at the traffic lights at Jowulu, where we have word that they have been fixed. And, you know, GTV results, we get results. And so, yeah, Kaf is already sitting down to have that conversation around the headlines and discussing what's trending on your side. The show is interactive, and so you can send your comments to your videos to our WhatsApp number, 055-556-1034. I'm going to be handing over to Kaf, the Sheikh and the Reverend soon.
Oh, hey, Minyantaba.
Live from GBC Studio 1, this is the Breakfast Show.
7:32, you're watching GTV Breakfast. My name is Kafui. Day still to come, a conversation with Ghana Water Company. They want 334% increase in tariffs. What's the justification? Thelma sits down with Stanley Mate from the Ghana Water Company Limited to have a conversation on that. And we'll be looking at the role of beauty pageants on the yellow couch with Valerie. But before that, we have our headlines, and this morning I've been joined by our Thursday panel. Dr. Lawrence Tete is the founder, president of the Worldwide Miracle Outreach, Reverend Dr. Lawrence Tete, as well as Sheikh Aremi Yao Shaibu, spokesperson for the National Chief Imam. Gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to you. Good to have you here. The big story this week had to do with match fixing and manipulation of games. And as a result, Ashanti Goldfields and Inter Allies have been demoted, and there are some punitive measures that have been put on the executives. We wanted to find out from a company that was mentioned in the report from the disciplinary committee of the Ghana Football Association. So this company is a service that identifies betting-related manipulation in sports globally for a number of leagues. And I'm glad to have on the line the Managing Director of Integrity Services of Sport Radar, who were named in this particular report from the Ghana Football Association about match fixing and betting-related issues. Andreas Kranish is the MD of Integrity Services at Sport Radar. Andreas, good morning and welcome to GTV Breakfast. I hope you're fine.
From Germany.
Excellent. Good to have you here. We just want you to tell us a little bit about what exactly it is that Integrity Services of Sport Radar does, and then we can go into the specific case involving two Ghanaian teams.
Yeah. In a nutshell, Sport Radar is providing since 2005 services to sport governing bodies. We started in football. And now over 120 sport organizations on a global scale to help them to detect and to prevent betting-related manipulation. We are partner of FIFA in football, from IOC. We are partner of NBA, so we have over 120 partners in sport around the globe, and we are monitoring over 800,000 matches a year. Since 2009, we identified in total more than 7,000 manipulated sport events, so matches from different sports. The vast majority is in football because football is the most betting attractive sport on a global level. And but we also have, unfortunately, the situation that more and more African sports are affected these days.
Thank you very much for that. Let's zoom in into this particular case involving Ashanti Goldfields and Inter Allies in Ghana. And the report says there was pre-match betting activities that you were able to identify. How exactly did Sport Radar do that?
So as partner of FIFA and CAF, we are monitoring the entire professional football in Africa. So first and second division and cup matches. Manipulation is the same like insider trading on a stock exchange. Someone knows up front the outcome of a match or part of the match. And this can be analyzed and monitored if you identify unusual betting behavior. And this can be done if you have an access to all bookmakers around the globe on a second-to-second basis and to analyze their odds and odds changes, but also the stakes which are coming in. So we have visibility on more than 600 bookmakers around the globe, legal bookmakers, illegal bookmakers, and we have access to the stake level information, so to the concrete bets of over 350 bookmakers. And I have a team of 50 and more 55 senior betting experts looking into this kind of analysis, and we are doing this, as I told you, since 2005 for many different sports. Yeah, and we also unfortunately detected some irregularities with regard to this respective match.
How lucrative is this business of pre-match betting? What's the value of this business that is going on with respect to African football?
Pre-match betting is only, let's say, one side of the coin. So, and it's getting smaller and smaller. The vast majority of betting is live. Yeah, but pre-match betting and live betting are both used as opportunities for match fixers to generate illicit gains from betting.
Can you put a figure on it? We're talking millions, billions, how much?
It depends on the respective league, competition, match. It can be in the six-digit number from a dollar perspective.
And so who are the people who are involved in these activities, who are betting live, pre-match, manipulating matches? Who are they? What's the range of people?
This is different. Sometimes you have lonely wolves, we call them lonely wolves, but more and more we see international organized crime groups stepping in and taking over. And this is where the big money is made. Yeah? And these are organizations, if we talk about the match fixing situation in Africa, these are organizations partly from Africa, but mostly with no involvement from organized crime groups coming from Europe, coming from Asia, and using their network in Africa to also explore their opportunities. Just for your understanding that you also to get a little bit the scope of it. COVID-19, the big crisis, was also had and has a massive impact on sport, for every sport globally. Yeah, financially, a lot of clubs, federations, leagues are suffering, and players, referees, officials are not paid, or the payment is delayed, or it's reduced. And this increased the vulnerability to match fixing. And this kind of financial instability, combined with the lack of integrity provisions and infrastructure within the respective sport, led to a massive increase of match fixing. And this also includes, unfortunately, Africa. But just to give you a concrete number, in 2020, we're monitoring African sport these days more and more now. But in total, in 2020, we had 33 suspicious matches that we identified, which increased in 21 already to 51. So far, after the first quarter, in 22, we already have 40 manipulated matches that we identified in 10 different countries. So you can describe it as kind of cancer, which has taken advantage of the landscape COVID-19 generated, and using this vulnerability, the financial vulnerability and instability, in combination with the lack of integrity provisions and infrastructure within most sports, and therefore you see this international crime groups also attacking African sport.
Right.
And in particular, African.
Right. It looks like it's a growing problem. 33 cases in 51 cases in 2021, and already first quarter of 2022, 40 cases in, you said, 10 African countries. Is Ghana in part of these cases that you are investigating in 2022, apart from the Ashanti Gold and the Inter-Allied Games? Are there other games in Ghana that we should be looking out for? Fortunately, I cannot give you the names due to the confidentiality agreement that we have with our partners from sport. And you will appreciate the usual way we are doing. We are investigators. Yeah? We are analysts and investigators, and we provide our findings in a conclusive report that we forward to the respective sport and to the police if the sport is interested. Yeah? This is also something that we always suggest. Football organizations, sport organizations are extremely good in their specific remit, and this is organizing football. Usually not well educated how to handle criminal offense, and therefore we always recommend, and based on our experiences, the best way always to cooperate with police and law enforcement. We have international corporations with over 12
police organizations around the globe, including Interpol, Europol, and we are always offering our support to the police organizations free of charge.
Okay, let's just get some context now as we wrap this up. So we've been talking about Ghana and Africa for now, but let's look at it globally. Where in the world do we have the greatest problem with respect to match fixing, manipulation of games, betting affecting results? Where in the world?
It's definitely Europe, and it's definitely the European football for many years now. Why? Because European football is mass attractive. Yeah, you can simplify it a little bit in the way that you say, the more attraction a sport, a league, a competition has, the higher the betting is, and the higher the betting is, it's also the better the opportunity for match fixers to maximize their winnings. Yeah, if for instance on a match of Ghanese first division, there's, let's say on average, there's a wager up to $1 or $2 million US dollars. For the top league in Europe, you can wager up to 100 million per match. This does not mean that these are affected and that they are manipulated, but of course then if you look further down, you even have match fixing going on. I can give you a concrete example. I'm coming here from Germany, our neighbor country, Austria, where we currently cooperate with the federal police in investigating match fixing case, which started last year, with third and fourth division clubs being involved. So it's a global problematic. The main focus is on Europe, but we see this cancer spreading around and now also affecting African sport and African football.
Andreas, we'll leave it here. Thank you so much for giving us the context on the cases of sports match fixing and manipulation, and with respect to what is happening in Ghana. I wish you a very good day. Thank you very much, Andreas. Kranish is the MD of Integrity Services at Sportradar. Now, Sportradar is a service that identifies betting-related manipulation in sports globally for a number of leagues through its vast amounts of data. And they reported that there was a strong pre-match betting and telltale signs of manipulation in that game between Ashanti Gold and Inter Allies. And so thanks for that, Andreas, for that context. Now to my panel. And you heard the numbers. 33 games were fixed in 2020, 51 in 2021, and then so far, first quarter, 40 games. A match in Africa, $1 million could be at stake, but in Europe, we are looking at $100 million from live betting. It's no longer even so much pre-match betting, but now it's live, number of corner kicks, all that stuff. People are betting on that. I'll start with Sheikh.
Well, for anything for us, speaking from a typically Islamic point of view, I mean, betting as one form of the games of chance is something that we prohibit completely. We don't want it. And secondly, there is always the high tendency whenever there's competition and where you have an umpire or somebody who is a referee inside, where there's so much at stake. It is there that even in our elections, I mean, these things are, once it is a competition, people are contesting for a certain high, and
stakes are high.
Are high, and the value involved there is something. Yeah. Then the one who is in the middle, and that's the referee or umpire or whoever, then now has the heavy duty to remain as just and fair as possible, and to be able to overcome the tendency to be manipulated. And that's where we fail. Any referee, I mean, your integrity, your sense of ethics is tested. Whether you are a judge, and even in judges where two competing people come before you and you are the one in the middle, to really make sure that the fair deal is done. The high tendency for you to be corrupt is there.
Chef, Sheikh, it's not even the referees alone. I'm reading a book about the world's most prolific match fixer. He's from Singapore, and he's fixed matches everywhere. Ghana, Olympics, everywhere. The back four, the defenders, and the goalkeeper.
So
it's a losing. You bet on a losing match.
So it means that even the players,
the players are involved. The players are involved.
So you see, this whole sense of ethics.
Yeah.
Ethics And I like that every venture in which we do that has to do with the service we render or standing for the value, a certain value. Our sense of ethics really comes at play. So, for example, you are playing for Ghana and the pride of Ghana is in your hands. You are our defender. And you are looking for money. And somebody behind the scenes comes to tell you, Charlie, look, if you allow us to score, you know, I mean,
you get your $50,000. Yeah.
And you you fail to maintain your principle as a Ghanaian who want to be proud of Ghana, and you let loose, and then you get that small thing. I think it's a big shame for any player, especially in national teams. It's a big shame for any, and it shows the weakness of conscience, bluntness of conscience, and I think that we should not encourage it. We need to do a lot. Though football is not for us, it's not an important thing from where I'm coming from. But once that becomes something that, and it's showing a certain dimension of what we are interested in, human activity.
Yeah.
So our players, our referees, and our managers of our teams must remain resolute in maintaining their sense of ethics, fairness, and stand for true values.
Okay.
Yes.
Reverend Doctor, I mean, you can see from that game that there was something wrong. I mean, as a footballer,
to begin with,
former footballer,
betting is not a new thing, and max fixing is certainly also not a new thing. What it is that in this part of the world, most time max fixing is just about ego. Who wins Accra Asofo versus Kotoko? It's an ego thing. In Europe, where I've lived for a very long time, it is business. It is a cartel where people talk in the millions, like Andreas Riley said,
100 million.
In the millions.
One game.
And people are killed. People are poisoned. People are chloroformed because of match fixing. Now, this is the deadly part of it that makes it very criminal. Because games are supposed to bring people together, bring humanity together, break down barriers, break down religious barriers, break down ethnicity, and be able to bring people together. So I think that the integrity aspect is what we need now. And like Sheikh rightly said, what is the essence of the game? Why do we lose the salt of the very essence why we do it? And if betting is something to be very mindful of, both the Islamic and Christian religions really about betting. And so we have a responsibility. What is our responsibility? Let's open our eyes. I have sat in Europe and watched match. I'm a player myself. I play soccer. Except that the last time I played with the third division, I almost died. I almost died. Jesus Christ. Oh. Burnett third division.
Yes.
The energy from which the boys played, 19, 20, 21, 23.
And you...
And Sheikh, I fooled myself. I thought by dribbling, that was all. By the time I realized, in about 30 minutes, I was panting. And I advised myself. I realized that no.
You advise yourself.
It's okay. It's not a World Cup for me at all.
It's enough.
That clap they were clapping for me was just to fool me. lead me into my quick grave. But so this entertainment aspect has changed. If you look at the trend at which we play soccer in even Africa and the way soccer is played in Europe, it's different. In Europe, goal is the target. In Africa, dribbling, grow, we want to show skills. In Europe, people don't play games. They want to score goals. In fact, you become a top scorer and the most paid person if you score more goals. And so these are some of the things that has, so it's not a new thing at all, except that it's a shame when we bring it back here. Because you sit back, I have sat in matches here in Ghana and I watch it, and I'm not a rocket scientist. I don't have to be a rocket scientist. I can just tell this one is a fix. Somebody falls in a very funny way and it's a penalty. The goalkeeper that is supposed to be catching it is in the mood that would have caught the thing, and the thing just slips up. And so we lose the very essence of happy these things are coming out. It's a wake-up call to everybody to know that you can't take the game for granted, and it's criminal.
This book I'm reading, I'll share it with you. It's called Kilong Kings, the story of the world's most prolific match fixer. And there was a situation involving some players from Zimbabwe who were supposed to arrange a 2-0 scoreline. So these are the defenders. All the defenders had been bribed, and the goalkeeper. And they were supposed to organize 2-0 as a result and get paid their money. They give them $30,000 up front as a deposit, and then if you give us a result, we'll give you the 70. If you don't give us a result, they'll take the money back. In the middle of the game, I don't know what happened to one of the defenders. He actually scored a goal by mistake.
And they
said when he scored the goal, this is how he was.
Some
And then there was a mini conference of all the defenders. What do you do now?
I have a similar story to that one. That's what they fixed the match, and one of the guys felt he didn't get enough money.
Do that.
So
he scored a goal.
He scored a goal, and the referee was chasing him.
The referee was on the
referee got upset.
The
referee emotionally lost it and was chasing the guy for scoring the goal.
Because he was part of the deal. Even this Inter-Allies goal game, somebody scored 2 own goals. Yes. He scored the bet. Yes. Because there was supposed to be a particular scoreline. Yeah. And he got angry. I think he wasn't part of the deal.
And
then he dropped it. So these things are really, really serious.
Yeah, even penalties. As I was talking, I'm reflecting. Sometimes the penalty, I saw the ball somewhere and the goalkeeper will just be flying somewhere.
The magic of the goal.
Sometimes you just can't say, what does it mean? That you lose your alertness a bit closer to the ball, but from different angles altogether.
So I think here comes one of the suspicious goals, an own goal, I think. This is an own goal. So
that's so.
That's so. I mean, this is crazy. The whole game was like a comedy.
Yeah, I think we need to discourage. If this is happening
completely.
In somewhere in Europe, Africa, we must maintain our ethical sanity.
All right. Okay. So I can't even believe this. This is GTV Breakfast. You're watching the headlines with my guests, Reverend Dr. Lawrence Tete and Sheikh Armiao Shaibu. On the line right now, we have Manasseh Awuni Azuri. He is the managing editor of the 4th. Manasseh, good morning. Welcome to the show. Hello, good morning. Can we hear, is Manasseh on the line?
Yes, I am.
Manasseh, good morning. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you, Kafui.
Excellent. So, it's good to have you on the show. And yeah, go ahead. I'm listening. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes. Please go ahead. We're talking the headlines this morning, and we wanted your feedback on one of the big stories of the day, which has to do with the procurement woes of the gentleman who was in charge of the Public Procurement Authority. So the news is that he has been served with a whole host of charges, and you were on this particular investigation. How do you feel about the development so far? Considering that we also read in the news that he cleared out all his accounts not too long ago, a lot of money in those accounts, total value over $41 million, CDs.
Yes.
What's your thought on this?
Well, I think that aspect too, I brought that out through the 4th estate, and that is a low moment in this whole issue or saga. But the fact of the charging, I think it is good, and it is something that we should commend the special prosecutor and his office for, that beyond what we know, beyond him losing his job, the state is proceeding to hold him accountable for whatever he did whilst in office, and going to court is something that will bring finality to this matter.
Can you back it up a bit and just give us a background to why you went to investigate this particular gentleman and the facts of your investigation, what you came up with?
It was basically about he owning a company called Talent Discovery Limited, and this company was very new. It was formed after he became the CEO of the Public Procurement Authority, and this company was winning a lot of government contracts and selling those contracts to third parties. So the procurement method used was the restricted tendering, which meant that it had to go through the PPA approval. And so he was basically being a referee at the PPA and a player whose company was also getting those contracts that came to him and his outfit for approval. So that's basically what this investigation was about.
How long did it take for you to uncover all the facts?
Well, this investigation didn't last so much. I think it was about 3 months. So it was one of the shortest investigations I did. Some have taken more than a year, but this one took about 3 months.
And so the Mr. Ajanim Boating Ejay, who is the former CEO of the Public Procurement Authority, and his brother-in-law have now been charged by the special prosecutor with respect to court dates. What are the details?
I'm told by what the special prosecutor released in a statement that he'll be giving a hearing next week. So we are likely to have the first court date on Wednesday, and from there the legal processes would kick in.
Before I let you go, what's your view on the operations of the special prosecutor so far? I mean, how do you assess his effectiveness and his speed, the rate at which he's working and bringing up cases? What's your view on that?
Well, it would be too early to assess. This is just one of the cases. We also know that he's working under a lot of constraints. As we speak, there is only one person on the payroll of that office. That's the office of the special prosecutor. There's only one person on the payroll as we speak. They need a number and a lot of, and I think their budget has been slashed to about less than 10% of what they were demanding. And so, until we give them what they deserve, what they need to work with, it will be very difficult to assess their effectiveness. As for his competence, it is not in doubt, but I think we should give them a bit of time, and then we can begin to make judgments or value judgments on what they are doing.
Who is the one person who is on the payroll, and how many people are actually employed there right now in his office?
The only person on the payroll is the deputy special prosecutor, and I'm told they have only one investigator as of now. And so they are understaffed and they need equipment. I'm even told that as we speak, he's still not using an official car. And so there are serious challenges with that office. And that brings us to the point that if we really want to fight corruption, then we should be prepared to fund the institutions that are set up to fight it. Because the budget that he presented was 1.2 billion. And that was to help set up the office and the directories and equipment and everything. But it's been given about 80 million or so, which is far less than what was given to Martin Amidu 3 or 4 years ago. So looking at the way things are going, if you give over 200 million to one special prosecutor or that office some years ago, one would expect that by now it should be getting to like 500 million. Because they've been given a huge office, they have to fill it and do all manner of things, forensics and all. But we are seeing a significant slash of what this office got years ago, and that makes us question if the government is really committed to the fight against corruption.
Is he expected to raise funds through internally generated activity or what? I mean, how is he supposed to work? Well,
the special prosecutor cannot sell tomatoes or And if you want them to be independent, then you have to fund them to be independent. Sometimes some donor agencies may help, but that shouldn't be the mainstay of that office. The government of the Republic of Ghana has a responsibility to resource that office and make it functional, because corruption is such a big problem. And if that office is properly resourced, it will be able to even generate funds for the state.
If you were at post, would you still be working under such huge constraints? If you were the SP?
Well, I would, because those who are depriving that office of the funds, or those who do not want that office to succeed, may have a reason they don't want that office to succeed, and that reason will not be in the interest of the country. And even as journalists, I can tell you we work under serious constraints to do some of these investigations. If I told you what I go through, somebody may ask, so why are you still even doing it? So those constraints will be there. I only hope that Ghanaians would put pressure on the state to fund it, and perhaps would be a bit more patient and understand the constraints before we jump to conclusions.
When can we expect the next expose from the Fourth Estate to be published?
Very soon.
How soon is your very soon?
Very soon, Kafui.
We'll leave it here. Manasseh Azuri Awuni is the managing editor of the Fourth Estate, and Manasseh was the investigator on the issue of the former boss of the Public Procurement Authority, Ajanim Boateng, together with his brother-in-law, have been charged by the special prosecutor with corruption offenses. The duo were found to have been involved in corruption in the contracts for sale scandal. Mr. Boateng has been charged with 8 counts of using public office for profit and 9 counts of directly and indirectly influencing the procurement process to obtain an unfair advantage in the award of a procurement contract. His brother-in-law, Francis Kweku Ahin, is facing a charge of using a public office for profit. The 2 persons will be arraigned before the High Court in Accra on the 25th of May, which, by the way, is AU Day, next week. Gentlemen, I'll start with you, Reverend Dr. Lawrence.
I think to begin with, I agree with Manasseh. If we want the SP's office to be effective, it must be independent. It must be so independent and be properly resourced. A lot of gadgets, equipment, and a certain environment to be able to do that. And if you are not independent, and you are dependent on certain institutions and organizations, you not even have the moral right to interrogate, investigate them if that is what it's supposed to be. I'm very much concerned about this whole issue of persecution thing. We also should not politicize it, because that is where it's losing the salt. It's making it a target. So now, if we don't take care, if it is the MPP government that is instituting it, look as if it will cover MPP people more than NDC people, and that is where we should have that place of a consensus, a point of convergence, where they can meet together and be able to get somebody who is neutral enough.
Well, in this case, it's an appointee investigating another appointee.
Yes.
SP investigating somebody who was appointed by the president. So,
yes. So that's what I'm saying. To equip them,
give them the resources,
because until they have the resources, they cannot be effective.
One investigator, a whole office of the special prosecutor. One.
Yes. So it's not fair, and you need a proper structured office. And if what I'm hearing from Manasseh is right now, it means apart from the deputy, nobody else is a staff. And if they have only one investigator, how can we be effective? So I think we need to, as much as possible, put a value on some of the things we do and realize that we do it in the interest of Ghana. We all need it. I mean, this issue of corruption is eating into every fiber of the nation, from clergymen, and I'm first to admit that even we, the religious leadership, most of us are corrupt. And then police is corrupt. And then the judges are corrupt. And legal practitioners are corrupt. Politicians are corrupt. And so what it is that Everybody is corrupt, and we keep pointing fingers. In fact, journalists are even corrupt. We keep pointing fingers at people, but how corrupt are we? And you'll be surprised that in the midst of doing it, we should also not use corrupt means to even investigate people. Otherwise, the whole thing becomes zero. It's like a policeman has arrested you, and instead of you going through it, you have to bribe somebody in the way. So the purpose of the whole thing doesn't make sense anymore. We need to really encourage our community to be able to understand this issue of investigating this, because if corruption can be dealt with properly in Ghana, we'll have a safe haven. The reason why,
no, go ahead.
Yeah, we'll have a very safe haven, because what is happening is that only few people are amassing the wealth, and that is why greed is leading people to be upset about the community.
Sheikh,
I think let me comment the Office of the Special Prosecutor at least. I think this one has been less vocal, but probably working very well.
Yeah,
that's what
he's not talking too much.
Because since the interview he went through, I listened to part of it and I saw how quite efficient he could be. Though we don't use how efficient you are in an interview
to judge the work.
Yes, but at least where we have reached now, is something that we must commend. As we must also commend Manasseh for the type of journalism he's doing. It's really a rough terrain, and you need certain courage and a certain principled behavior to be able to continue to do it. And he also needs some commendation. I think the fight of corruption has been viewed and applied in different styles across governments, from the time of what we call financial laws to the state, the enactment of the procurement law, and the idea to also now even create the Office of Special Prosecutor, and all these. And these are even creating triage and all those things. These are, in other words, different forms or approaches to fighting corruption, though they have not been able to yield the result in spite of all these. In fact, I remember in President His Excellency Kufuor's government, even the Office of Accountability was created. How far these offices and these approaches were able to give us the results, what it means is that we all agree that corruption is endemic in our system. Though, as we know, as immoral, as unethical it is, and how damaging it is. My worry is the way to put it is, I call it either economic or financial hemorrhage. Yeah, you see, from either you are bathing, or you carry a basket in which you are pouring water.
It's the definition of madness.
But your intention is that you want the basket to be full.
It's madness.
You see it. But you've created holes. But even in the barrel.
But still pouring water.
But in the barrel, but you keep on putting, or a car that is moving, you put in fuel, but now you've created you've perforated the tank. And then you keep on pouring, and you are buying the fuel, which is expensive, and then it is draining out. This is the way we must conceptualize this. And it's hurting to our nation. We need to fight it. We need to fight this. And so I am happy we now have a special prosecutor who can be as courageous as to deal with somebody. I think his in-law or something. You were mentioning something.
No, the former boss of the PPA and his in-law have been charged.
I mean, you see.
Yes. It's a
so
family
you see, so here it is. You see, our system is that you really must be, let me in quote, smart and to be well connected in the system. Know many people who are powerful in government, that you can go to them and they give you this. You alone, in a greedy manner, can get several contracts, and then you now let it out to people also where you charge. Wow.
It's like a contract warehouse.
You see, it is terrible. Why are we doing this to our nation? And we do so, when we finish, we also accuse governments. And even those in government, why also do they also open the door for this to happen? You see, and with this, why are we crying about our economic downturn? Are we being fair? Are we being honest? Even as citizens. As citizens. So what is the door through which this corruption is taking place? Through through Reverend, through you, through, and then when we cannot see, and then we put it on the head of a government. The fight against corruption is a collective responsibility. But I really thumbs up to the special prosecutor. He must go ahead. He must go ahead with courage, even against those who appointed him. That is what will give credence and will give relevance to such an office, that any government that comes. One of the things that I love, I will not mention the institution, I make a confession. When I was in office, I got some project to do, and unfortunately, certain things went wrong in my office. One of the things, and I keep on saying, that I had an accountant who was not efficient. And anytime I asked him, let's sign this for that, he never questioned me. And I got afraid. Because, I mean, auditors will come. So I had to now call to one of my superiors and say, look, can you get me an efficient accountant?
Well, who can question
Who can question? They must ask me about the minutes, the minutes where the decision was taken, that such an amount must be withdrawn. And secondly, and because of that, I became interested in getting an internal audit. Give me an office where I'm spending money now. The first thing I want is, can I get an internal audit? And then I also want an external auditor. So that he can come and tell me, manager, you send this check on date so and so and so, and you have violated in financial regulation so and so and so and so. Can you explain? Can you explain this? If I cannot explain, if I have a reason to explain, I will explain. If I cannot explain, I must bear the consequence. That's why auditors are now corrupt. We once had is it our auditor general, his own challenges. We need such people who are intended to guarantee our financial integrity, to get our support. Get our support and get them. Auditors, please remain honest. Such officers as special prosecutor, please don't be afraid. We encourage you. Let's all rally around such people. The police, the IGP, when he comes and so all these people are people that we must support. Let's not politicians come, descend on them like carnivorous animals, threaten them that if you don't, we'll get you out. Please remain courageous. Lose your job on a note of integrity. Lose your job on a note of integrity, and the God himself will open for you other channels. Amen. Amen.
Jim, just comment on this. What do you think about the way we have state and public institutions appointed? Because generally in Ghana, it's somebody recommends to the president, and the president appoints you. Boom. I was speaking to a national of another country last week, and he said, and he said in his country, the job for which he is the boss, I asked him, how did you get the job? He says, well, it was an open interview where they stated all the qualifications, professional, academic, everything. They went for an interview. You go through the interview, you are selected, you are given a contract for a certain number of years so that no government can come in, and you have security of tenure. You can renew your contract, and then you finish, you're gone. So you're not serving under the whims and caprices of the president. The way we appoint people to public authorities.
The problem with Ghana is the way it takes off. I think that is where the whole problem begins. The executive power is so strong, huge, that everything goes through the presidency. So it even makes people around the presidents from successive government very arrogant. Very, very arrogant. And for those of us who have had a chance to deal with them, whether NDC or MPP, look at people who work around the presidents. They have an attitude. That attitude is because if you don't go through me, if I don't sanction it. In fact, people at the presidency, most of them carry an attitude. And that attitude, they don't even realize it's transient. You are powerful today. Tomorrow, when even the election is done and your same government even wins, new king, new law. If we finish election now, and even NPP comes to power, NDC comes to power, whatever it is, but whoever comes to power,
they'll change
the people who are there today
will be changed.
you think you hold today, you will be changed. We don't realize that. And so it makes us take an entrenched position, and we victimize people with this. There's a scripture that I love. Luke chapter 16 verse 9 says, use your position to win friends and not enemies. Most often than not, we use our position to victimize people, to blackmail them, to make them feel rubbished, and then after few months you are no more at the place there, and look at you, you want to make friends. A lot of politicians lose friends when they finish their political stint. They don't even have people to come and visit them anymore. And so that is the path we should take. In Hungary, let me just digress a little. In Hungary, the whole of Hungary has only 7 ministers.
You're bringing this topic up again. It was a big one yesterday. We were asking about the numbers.
7 ministers.
The whole of Hungary?
Yes.
Give me the portfolios.
One minister, like a minister of human resources, is handling education ministry, is handling sports ministry, is handling sanitation ministry. In fact, it's handling a lot of portfolios.
That's HR minister. You have an HR minister.
Yes.
Wow.
And these 7 ministers work effectively. When their tenure finish, they are the ones that are changed. But the chief directors works. They call them deputy state directors. They work effectively.
You said 7 ministers?
7 ministers in Hungary.
How many people in that country?
Hungary is 40 million. For 10 million on record, 40 million because they are the people in the diaspora. 10 million on record.
7 ministers.
And Hungary is the center of Europe. People refer to it as Eastern Europe, but Hungary is not Eastern Europe. In fact, as a matter of fact, it's Central Europe. Hungary is 2.5 hours drive to Austria. So it is center of Europe. They have 7 ministers and things work. In our case, people want to cut through corners. And so by the time you realize, we have polarized the whole work. If we can reframe our constitution again, I think it will help. I believe there are a lot of lapses in the 92 constitution. And I don't think it's too late for us to go back to a drawing board again. So we can formulate it, and it helps even the executive itself. It will help the executive to be able to realize that when things are done in that manner of transparency, it will help them. Otherwise, there are a lot of people today that has been appointed by the presidency that even the president doesn't know. He doesn't know their character traits. And like Sheikh Riley said, going to sit before the panel and speaking eloquently is not a sign of a good managerial position. So people can be eloquent. And you and I know that a lot of persons who cannot even be eloquent, but they are very detailed. They are very much on the hand. Some are very eloquent, everybody hears them, and they know practically nothing. And so let us get that place where it will not be winner takes all.
Wouldn't be winner takes all. And the whole issue of, before the messages, the president making announcements, of course, lobbyists also come into play and they lobby for names. There was one particular African president who appointed, and appointed 6 dead men.
Yes. That's all.
6 dead men. The people were dead. He didn't know.
Major Saman.
Come and serve, dead or alive, that kind of thing. I'll end on the procurement issues. 150 offenders face prosecution. The Public Accounts Committee refers them to the Attorney General for trial. So the issues are on various levels. So grab your copy of today's Ghanaian Times and you'll see what we're talking about here. I'm to the screen now where Thelma has all your messages in the palm of her hand.
Do indeed. Good morning, Rev and Sheikh.
Good morning.
Our favorite mini Friday edition. Thank you for your messages. 05555 61034 and straight to the one I have here. I'm enjoying the show. National Chief Imam, I love the point you made. Your accountant, internal audit and external auditor. I focus for your show is getting more interesting. And it's the National Chief Imam bit that I like.
It's okay. That's a prophecy. That's a prophecy.
That's the bit that I'm just Uncle Sheikh. That's a great one. Alhaji Hamza from Pig Farm. Good morning, Kafui. Ghana today needs a lot of investigative journalists like Manasseh to keep our politicians in check. In my humble opinion, people like him also need police protection because their works involve a lot of risks. Not long ago, we lost Ahmed Swali in the line of duty. now, no single person has been arrested for that barbaric act. In Ghana, when you make your mind to fight corruption, then you should prepare, because those involved in the act of corruption will fight you back. Today, where is the former Auditor General? That is Ghana for you. God have mercy. More Nat from Awudome. Good morning, host. National security should tighten and strengthen the security system from these current terrorist alarm. Police should be extra vigilant to Ghana first, is the message from Nat. Abdurazak says, good morning. Greetings to Sheikh Arimia Shaibu and Reverend Dr. Lawrence Tete for the great job they are doing on the breakfast show. Indeed, they are deep and full of wisdom, experience, and knowledge. Undoubtedly, our leaders must listen to whatever they put forward and act on them for our nation to thrive. And he's reaching us from Tamale. Nane Kuyamo Boateng wades into the Nkranza controversy and says the Nkranza police, and by extension the Ghana police, have a lot of questions to answer. How is it possible that one goes to robbery with laptop? Is it e-robbery? The police is lately gaining notoriety for visiting mayhem on ordinary citizens, and he's sending some special greetings. Gilbert is asking a question: what prevents the special prosecutor from recruiting additional staff to enable him function effectively? If the office is not adequately resourced because of financial constraints, then we need not even establish the office at all. Yao thinks so from Accra. A take from Miss Ella Tieku from Kwadaso constituency. As a citizen, not a spectator, on Captain Major Mahama case, is it that the law should work, and also not that some of the people who have been freed means that those in remand must by all means be jailed? And besides, the video they used for the arrest during the incident, they can reuse to verify the exact killers. So Ella is talking about Major Mahama, whose the 5th anniversary of his death comes very shortly. Let's see what Jacob is saying. And he said, Kafui, good morning. When a referee realizes that the match he's handling appears to be fixed, should he stop the match or allow it to end? And he makes a suspicion known in his report. Yakubu is asking, so perhaps we can put this to some of the sports pundits to see what they think about that. Good morning. Aaron Babaku Kokomisa is joining the conversation. Deepened trade within Africa. The African continent is one of the richest continents by definition, and the rich resources embedded within the soil of African lands make us unique in our way. The activities of trade among Africans create a strong bond between us. Point is, we strongly need inter-free trade activities within the continent and a favorable economic atmosphere. Reaching us from Latebi Okoshi, this is Aaron. No matter what has happened in your past, motivational messages are a lot this morning. Osankide waits into police matters. Ghana Police Service should be circumspect when it comes to dealing with the angry people. It's very important to the police involvement with the citizens. We are not in Banana Republic. We should stop the barbarian act. Condolences to the family. And you're sending special greetings to your friends. Let's see if there's more messages on top, and indeed there are. Leviticus Power says, good morning GTV. Now there is enough evidence that the president is not shielding any of his appointees who has a case to answer, and you're sending good mornings to your friends, and you're sharing some videos with us. We'll see what you're sending us, and then we'll get back to address it if we need to. Reverend Dr. Lawrence, don't you think it's because bottlenecks due to human factors by the workings of public servants? That's why we have many ministers of state. Alhaji Dauda is asking from Medina Estates. Prof. Elijah comes back to say, let's encourage our auditors to remain honest. How are we going to do that? Perhaps send some suggestions as well. Good morning, Kafui and Cruz. Sometimes you can't blame the parents because they are not well paid. And on the other hand, some of them do not look at the big picture. Punishment from the World Football Governing Body, i.e. at the FIFA level, it puts a dent on the image of Ghana's football. What will be the outcome of the former PPA boss's case when he has withdrawn all the monies in the 3 accounts? And Kusishi is what Adjoa Stallone is saying on the board. And this is quite a long one. Justice for Albert Donkor. Is that a hashtag? Hashtag J4AD. I just want to throw some light on the issue. We'll read that because some of these matters are legal issues and we don't want to wade into areas we do not have expertise on. So the producers will look at some of the comments before we have to put them out. This one, Anthony says, good morning, GTV Breakfast. Reaching us from Adan. Please, let's all pray for the special prosecutor for him not to become corrupt on the job. There are people out there ready to bring him down, especially the politicians. I'm happy and I say kudos to him. God bless. This is Aaron's thoughts there. And these are your messages, your thoughts, and not those of GBC. The 1992 Constitution indeed promotes multi-party systems of government, which now speaks to the concerns of the Chief Imam's Rep, Alhaji Dauda, reaching us again. Good morning, BFS. We want more of these corrupt people to be charged. Silas Odum says so. And more of you are joining the conversations, and we encourage you to keep your comments coming. 05555610334 is the number. And the CAF and the Rev and the Sheikh will be taking over now. Remember to stay with us. The Ghana Water Company Limited is represented here by their communications guy, Mr. Stanley Mate. He's here to answer questions on why they are asking for not 334, but 300% increment in their utility charges. What are your thoughts on this request and proposal before the PURC? Join us in the next segment of the program, and you'll find some answers for yourself. So back to you, Kaf.
Did you get a discount? Ask him when he comes.
I will do.
Because that was also
it's the media people who said 334. They never said 334.
It was PURC who said 334.
So
please
the violence has already activated.
We want to know whether I was.
We'll be back. Thank you, Kaf.
Thank you very much, Thelma. Before we wrap it up, so I'm just finding out from the Hungarian ministers. So some of them have been in power for a long time. So Minister of the Interior, Sandor Pinter, from 29th of May 2010 till now. He's still there. Minister of Foreign Affairs and Trade, Peter Seattle.
Seattle was my junior in school. When I was in final year, it was the second year.
Nice one.
So I know him very
23rd
well.
September 2014 till now. The Minister of National Economy, Mihaly Varga, from the 3rd of March 2013 to now. Same party?
Yes. So the president has been on for the past 12 years, and the new one was, in fact, the new president of Hungary now, the lady, was here in Ghana. She loved Ghana so much. And they don't. Wow. They don't. They, depending on how they can be effective on it. But he's finished his term now. Okay. He's finished his term, and so a new one has taken over. He's been on for 12 years. But the Prime Minister is still there. The Prime Minister came and then came back again. And Viktor Orban is one of the shaking men. He's a young man anyway. The Prime Minister was born in 1963.
Young guy. Wow.
Yeah.
Almost 50. Almost 60 next year. Before we run out, Rev, you don't drive a taxi, but you've been hanging with an honest taxi driver. Tell me what happened.
Well, they came to me yesterday.
This is Kwesi Akum, the gentleman who found 8,400 in his car and returned it to the fishmonger.
They visited me at home at my residence yesterday. In fact, I realized this morning that it was even on Facebook how things fly about from other places.
Oh, that's great. That's nice picture.
So this was in my house.
This is a taxi driver.
Yeah, this is a taxi driver, and they came to thank me for my gesture and things. You know, a lot of things went viral. When I said initially I was going to support him, whatever he has, to top it up for him to get a car. When I realized it has gone viral that I had bought him a car, and maybe that's going to be a blessing in disguise for him. I can get him something. But what I want to say here is how greedy Ghanaians have become and selfish. We've had more than 200 calls to my office and some text to us personally that we should have given it to certain people instead of him. There are people who believe that he doesn't deserve it and they deserve cars and things. And I think it's sad.
Other people who found money and they feel that they
didn't find money. Other people who think they know me or they know people who know me. So they rather deserve it. The person that I really want to congratulate is my mother. She sent me a small text and said, my son, you've done the right thing. It's good to do things like that. Your father in the grave will be clapping for you now, that you have shown that integrity must be rewarded. What we don't realize is that if we don't reward integrity and honesty, people will continue. And a lot of people who are asking us money to them, there are people who are even accusing me, people who know me.
They say what?
Yes, I've known them for a long time and I didn't buy them cars. And I've bought
is
a
it
car
like the prodigal son and the story where, I mean, I've been working for you.
In fact, the prodigal son's own is even better. He has a relationship with the father. Some people were asking me, I don't think they deserve it. Seriously. And that is to make me see how dishonest and greedy some people can be. And some people have lost me. Because in their bid to show their anger in me blessing this poor guy, it made me realize that they could never have been trusted. They want to reap where they have not sown.
Is it not the economy? Quick times are hard.
Yes, no, it's greed.
It's greed, eh?
It's greed. It's greed. And that is where I even say that if those people, some of them had that money, they would not give it. I said, my mother, over 80 years, sent me a text to congratulate me for doing that. I went to my mother and I gave her a gift. I said, Mom, thank you. She laughed, of course, a big kiss. She misses my father. So anytime I go and I give her a kiss, and she thinks of my father. But let me say this again. Please let us not force to reap what we have not sown. And a lot of people, in your bid to do that, you prevent us from supporting innocent people that need to be supported. Some of you, by what you have even done and shown to me, in our minds, have closed you up. Because I know you cannot be trusted. So let us try to read it. There's a story. A gentleman who was driving a tricycle in Liberia, and he got missing. Somebody left $100,000 and 100,000 Liberian dollars in his car, and he looked for the woman and gave the money. President of Liberia had it. He gave him $10,000. He bought him 4 different tricycles, and he decided to educate him, and that is rewarding. If we can be honest, God will bless. And I believe this is the time of the young man. Even though a lot of people have over-exaggerated what happened and what I've given. Some people even say we gave him Mercedes. Some say we planted. Yes, there's so many things we've had. But the most important is, please, as Ghanaians, let's learn to encourage honesty and integrity. And for the religiosity we claim we are in this country, we must learn to promote honesty.
Thank you so much, Reverend.
Let's make a moral hero out of this man.
A moral hero. Okay. Yeah. Awesome. On that note, we want to say thank you. You are our heroes on Thursdays. We love it. Sheikh Aramiya Shaibu is the spokesperson for.
And let me say, Sheikh, this your attire is splendid.
He's got a good wife.
Yes. And thank you. Look, so that ice and chinkafa your wife did for me. Oh my God, we enjoyed it. We enjoyed it. Thank you for that gift. But I wanted to thank your wife. I enjoyed it.
Thank you so much. Miracle Outreach. I've never seen Sheikh blush, but I think Sheikh is blushing. Thank you so much. And I'm going to hand over to one who can blush with ease. Her name is Valerie, and she's got to keep an eye for you. Blush away, Valerie. Blush away. Blush away.
Yes, as promised, GTV results, GTV Breakfast get results, and I keep an eye team on the ground. We have results. We reported somewhere a couple of weeks back that when we started our drive with the hashtag Fix the Traffic Lights, that the Jolu traffic lights were not working, and we did a report there. We are going back this morning because we have word that they are working, and so our guy Jay is on the ground, and he should be on our screens now with that report. Jay, good morning.
Thank you so much, Val. It's still hashtag GTV Breakfast, and we kick-started our campaign approximately 3 weeks ago. Hashtag Fix the Traffic Lights, hashtag Fix the Traffic Lights now. And we're back here at the Jolu Junction to report on the fact that the traffic lights that weren't working back then are working now. So all the inconvenience that was causing because the traffic lights were off is now a thing of the past. So what we have now is the traffic lights have been working, and we also have members from the MT of the police department also helping helm the affairs of directing traffic here at the Jolu Junction. So what you see is, even though the traffic lights are working, when it's peak rush hours such as this, they help with the fact that when there are certain places which are experiencing that much traffic flow, they help that side to move. They help the other sides which are choked to move, so that the ones which are free remain. The wait for when cars fill that area, then they use the normal traffic lights as usual. Some commuters have also complained about the fact that because they are here, they are rather creating a backlog because the traffic lights are working, and even though they are waiting, when it's their signal for them, when it's green for them to move, the police don't let them move. So they have to wait, and sometimes onto the third green, then it's their turn to move. So what happens is there's this backlog of traffic for vehicles, especially who are coming from the Legon bypass, and it's a single lane until it opens up to a 2-lane right here at the traffic lights. a long line of traffic going all the way towards perhaps Gimpa and beyond. So even though the traffic lights are working, I managed to speak to a few taxi drivers who usually ply this route, and they were saying when the traffic lights are working, it helps their job. Because what happens is when the police are not there, for instance, helping help the affairs here, there's a lot of confusion, there's a lot of chaos. So once it's working, there haven't been any knockdowns, there haven't been any accidents, there haven't been any crashes that they know of. So right now things are moving smoothly. These road accessories really help a lot. And recently we had a discussion on road crashes, and once these lights are working, they help control the situation. So there's not that much chaos and confusion when you arrive here. So for now, things are moving smoothly, police are helping, and this is what the situation looks like. Hashtag fix the traffic lights, hashtag fix the traffic lights now. The authorities are watching and they are doing their best to fix as many as we can. And we will draw attention to them, but for now, we've come back to report that the lights here are working. So this is it. There's the situation here at the Jolu Junction bus stop. Back to you, Val, in the studio.
Thank you, Jay, for that report. And yes, we get results because this morning the airport traffic lights are working too. So yes, indeed, we're getting results. In my trends, special prosecutor is trending, and congratulations, FC is trending. These are the trends in Ghana. Coming up, we still have that conversation. T has that conversation with the Ghana Water Company on the proposed 300% increase. Is it justifiable? That's what's coming up after this break.
And they call me UJ. When you need a shoulder to cry, run on my pamper, so we try our suicide. Let bygone be bygone. I didn't see what the bottom gonna do. We go straight to start. I'm gonna take you to next level. My baby, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. The energy next level. My baby, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm gonna take you to next level. My baby, oh yeah.
I don't code next level.
Excessive drinking can be detrimental to health. Not recommended for persons under 18 years, lactating mothers, pregnant women, and people sensitive to caffeine. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Oh, today he has been extra sweet, and the way he looks at me.
I have done everything by the book. It's on. Hey, but I have to get some condoms, Charlie.
Using a condom will protect you and your partner from HIV, STIs, and unplanned pregnancy. Condoms are an effective way for protection against HIV infection. Don't take risks. Use a condom every time. Always come prepared.
This advert is brought to you by the Ghana AIDS Commission and Ghana Health Service.
Under the auspices of the Vice-Chancellor, Professor Elvis Asare-Bediakon, the School of Mines and Built Environment of the University of Energy and Natural Resources, Sunyane, Ghana, presents a 2-day transformational dialogue on artisanal and small-scale mining under the theme
Enhancing Multi-Stakeholder Approaches Towards Addressing Challenges with Artisanal and Small-Scale Mining and the Institutional Dynamics for Sustainable Practices in Ghana. This event will take place at the Shillings Executive Lodge, Sunyane, Ghana, from the 25th to the 26th of May 2022 at 9 a.m. each day.
Special guest of honor is His Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Alhaji Dr. Mahamadou Bawumia. Guest speaker, the Honorable Minister of Lands and Natural Resources, Samuel Jinapo.
The keynote address will be given by the Honorable Minister of for Education, Dr. Yao Edichim.
This two-day event will bring together industry players, regulatory agencies, relevant ministries, and other primary stakeholders to brainstorm on the possible solutions towards the formalization and sustainable practices of the artisanal and small-scale mining industry.
Sponsors: Minerals Commission Ghana, Minerals Development Fund, and the Ghana Chamber of Mines.
Media partners: City TV and City FM, Ghana Broadcasting Corporation, Joy News, Adum TV, Joy FM, Asempa FM, Love FM, Inshira FM, Hits FM, My Joy Online, Greener FM, and UNET TV.
For enquiries, call 0200-744-442, 0244-854-109, or 0243-926-206.
UNET,
Knowledge, Integrity, Impact.
Live from GBC Studio 1, this is The Breakfast Show.
On GTV, Do Me, P Square, singing the song there. What is Ghana Water Company Limited doing to Ghanaians? They are asking for a 300% increase in tariffs. And the Director of Communications, Mr. Stanley Mate, is at the table to answer the question of the big why. Mr. Mate, good morning and thanks for joining us.
Good morning and thanks for having me.
So we've been operating on the principle based on information that we got from PURC directly. We interviewed PURC directly and we asked what the service providers were asking for. PURC told us specifically that Ghana Water had asked for 334% increase. It's proposing that be the percentage to increase the tariffs by. And this morning, you've re-educated us that the Ghana Water Company Limited's official ask, what you are proposing is 300%. So, hello, Matiswana.
Okay, so there are three scenarios that we presented. And we had presented that based on template given to us by the PULC. So you populate the template, and then your tariff comes out. Now the first one is when we use only our operational expenditure, and that will give us 19 cedis per cubic meter. And then when we add our capital expenditure, that will give us 25.27 Ghana cedis per cubic meter. Now, when we add the expenditure from our desalination plant, then we'll get 28.20 cedis per cubic meter. Now, what social media and the media took was the upper limit, which was the total or full cost recovery, which is the 28.2 cedis. And then if you juxtapose that to the existing, which is 6.9 cedis per cubic meter, which has been there since 2018, then you will get 300% for the upper limit. You will get 260% for the median, and then for the lower limit, you are going to get 180%. Now, the percentages look very huge and scary, but if you are juxtaposing that with the existing tariff, you realize that the existing tariff is almost negligible. So then you multiply that by 3.3, and it is only 28 cedis per cubic meter. Now, 28 cedis per cubic meter, we need to find out the volume that we call a cubic meter. Now, for everybody to appreciate it, this water is 500 milliliters, right? So 2,000 of this will give us 1 cubic meter. How much are we buying this one? We are buying, on the street, we get it at 1 cedi. Okay, if you go to areas where the elite, like you, take your meals, you buy it at, let's say, 5 cedis. But let's take the lower limit. Okay, so I won't be mischievous, 1 cedi. And so 2,000 of this would worth 2,000 cedis. So it means if you are somebody who only consumes packaged water, then it means that you are buying 1 cubic meter of this packaged water at 2,000 cedis. Nobody has complained about that. Okay, but when we give you 1 cubic meter through your taps at 28 cedis, we are all complaining and saying 300% is too much. Are you getting the scenario? Okay, so the 2,000 of this one, let me come down to the ordinary person. The Kafui gallon, 40 gallons is 1 cubic meter. Okay, and that is 28 Ghana cedis that we are requesting for. Even if we take the lower limit, okay, that will be 19 cedis. Currently, we are selling at 6 cedis, 6.9 Ghana cedis. Okay, so you realize that it is not expensive, isn't it? It is not. Because, let me also break it down again. About 8 drams will give us 1 cubic meter. And that is why we are selling 28 cedis. How much do you buy it from the vendor? Okay. And currently we are selling at 6.9.
But you do realize that you are comparing completely different presentations of water.
No.
We are talking about what flows through our taps, and you're talking about what other people have sourced, perhaps through different avenues, bottled and packaged and transported, and they put all those costs. Awake purified water, you should drink Awake, by the way, because anytime you buy Awake, a fraction of the price is given to the National Cardiothoracic Center, and they use that to help pay the bills of people who need them the most.
I'm not
Ghana
speaking
Water
against,
is not packaging the water like this for consumers.
We do.
It's flowing through the taps. So if you compare Awake to what is flowing through my tap, we'll even argue on quality, and we might be deviating from.
Thank you very much for adding quality. Now go on the internet, go onto the CSIR website, and you will realize that the annual survey that they do on packaged water and tap water, the tap water always is the best.
Tap water, perhaps we should bring you back for another conversation on tap water.
Exactly.
I know about 70% of my friends, if I'm not pushing the numbers too high, who never drink tap water in this country.
That's their choice.
Because because they question the quality of the water. So that's why I didn't even want to go into the bottled water conversation.
You can't use your naked eye to determine the quality of this water. You can't use your naked eye to determine the quality of tap water.
But if I open the tap and it's brownish water that comes out, obviously I'm not drinking that.
It is not always so. And if you have to go into that, if brownish water is flowing through your tap, it is not from Ghana water. It is from your home.
The brownish water from my tap, that I tapped from a Ghana water company line.
It is not from Ghana water. It is
not from Ghana water.
Because majority of Ghanaians now use receptacles at their home. They use reservoirs like poly tanks, water tanks, and all that. Let us ask and let us be sincere with with everybody. If we have to do a survey now, people have to be sincere. You realize that 90% of people who have reservoirs haven't cleaned their reservoirs in the last 1 year, minimum 1 year. But there are people who haven't even cleaned their reservoir before. And they've been using it for years, several years.
Let's get back to the proposals. Because when we once you brought the bottled water, I just knew that the chances were we'll spend a few minutes talking about that. But you're asking for these increases based on...
What I sought to do was to let people know that water that flows through our taps is very cheap. Okay? And what I sought to do was to say that people are comfortable buying packaged water. Okay? Somebody
because they trust that it is available when they need it. They don't have to hope and pray and trust and cross their fingers that the water will be available.
Okay, when it comes to trust,
in the tap.
Okay, when it comes to trust, the best way to do is to do a scientific study. So, and I've given you how you can get a scientific study of water in Ghana. The Center for Scientific and Industrial Research, okay, is an institution, a credible institution when it comes to scientific research, okay, and they do the research on annual basis. So find out the results. This packaged water, including sachet water and all that, is benchmarked with tap water, and tap water is always the leading in terms of quality.
So you are asking for certain amounts of percentages. You are telling us it's 300%.
Yes.
But for the most of the people who we've spoken to, who we've interacted with, they find that figure unacceptable because they always weigh that against the service that they receive from Ghana Water, and for them, the two do not match.
Okay, so then let's go on to services. Now we have proposed 300% as the upper limit. Okay, why are we saying so? Now, first of all, the tariff that we are currently using was given to us by the PLC in 2018, and it was 6.9 cedis per cubic meter. Okay. Now, in 2018, the dollar to the cedi was 4.3. Today, as I speak, we all know the dollar is almost 8 cedis.
You are asking baseline consumers of water who, if they are below the poverty level, and we know what the international definition of a poverty level is, people who live on less than $1 a day, and you are asking them to pay for services based on some dollar figure they've never probably seen.
Sweetheart,
is that fair?
Sweetheart, every input for the treatment of water, okay, is procured from outside, and we procure in dollars. We go onto the global market and we buy in dollars. You understand? So the currency for exchange for us is dollars, but we collect a little revenue in cedis. So when we talk about dollar, we haven't said anything new, or it is not as if we are trying to make the whole thing look, what word do I use? Extravagant. No. Okay, we buy everything. All our chemicals are bought from outside in dollars. Our equipment are bought from outside in dollars. We buy nothing from here. Anything we use in the treatment of water is procured from outside.
Why is that?
Because we don't produce them in Ghana.
Why don't we?
We should ask
if Ghana Water as a company, considering viability, considering costs, if you realized over the course of the lifespan of the company that the things that you need to do your work are not sourced here, doesn't it suggest that perhaps it's time to put the motion, or to put the motions on, put the wheels on to get those services here, so that we pay less?
You have spoken very well. We have been doing that, but till now, aluminium sulfate cannot be produced in Ghana,
and the consumer should bear the brunt.
But how are we going to do it? How are we going to buy?
that Ghana Water is also partly responsible for its own woes, being that you haven't also plugged the loopholes in your system.
To enable,
like the needle, so the slit in your own side, and then
to enable us educate the public very well. Okay, let us go chronologically. Okay, then we can. So I have spoken about the dollar. Okay, and the dollar, because we buy all our inputs in foreign currency. Okay, now the exchange or the depreciation of the CD has affected us in a way. Now on the global market, okay, on the global market now, okay, this year alone, chemicals have gone up by 60%. Okay, and we still will have to buy this thing. We have to buy our input to enable us treat water for Ghanaians. 60%. Who is going to pay for it? That aside. Now look at the way our water are being polluted in Ghana. Now look at Galamsey. It's not only about Galamsey, sand winning activities, aquaculture, and some other farming activities. It's also affecting industrial discharge. Now even the sea, okay, that we abstract for treatment now is also polluted. You walk along the shores now, and it's all plastic bags and plastic bottles.
You're talking about the plant at the Nungwa area.
Yes. So every source or every water source that we abstract for treatment is polluted. Now, when pollution is high, it means that we need to use more chemicals in the treatment of the water before we can get it to the standards that we need, that is good for consumption. Okay, so now we are using more chemicals than hitherto we were using. Whilst using more chemicals, the cost of chemical is going up, and then the CD is also depreciating. Okay, so then there's a very huge gap. Money issues.
So human factors partly to blame
exactly
for what happened.
And we have said so several times that if we are able to manage our water bodies very well, we will use less chemicals in the treatment of water, and then the cost of production will also come down. Now the cost of production is high, and we are telling Ghanaians, it's not like we have conjured figures, okay, to tell Ghanaians. Every figure that we have used in the computation of our tariff or in inputting into the template given to us by PLC are audited data. You understand? PLC, we send our reports to PLC on monthly basis. Okay, so we can now come to give different figures because we are looking for tariff adjustment. No, they are audited data. We are a government institution. We can't conjure figures.
So what you've said is all well and good. But the other side of the coin is there's waste in the system. There's waste that Ghana Water is expected to go about plugging those loopholes. Why is that not being done? Because if you waste less, then the water will be going to the right places and we wouldn't have to pay as much.
Okay. So we don't dispute that there's waste in the system. There is. In 2017, our non-revenue water, which you will call waste, okay, was 54%. Now in 2022, as I speak, our non-revenue water is 45%. Now in the water industry, if you're
45% of treated water goes waste.
Yes.
In Ghana or in a region?
In Ghana.
Nationwide,
yes.
45%.
Yes. So globally, or within the water industry, okay, the allowable loss within in the water industry is between 20 and 25%. And I mean, these are process losses. You can't do anything about it. Okay, I mean, in very, very advanced countries, you could reduce it to, let's say, 15 or 10%. But globally, the allowable losses is 20-25%.
But that 45?
Is what yes. And I'm saying, before we'll be able to get there, we need to do a lot of investment. Okay, now, even on our own, with the little that we are getting, we have been able to reduce it from 55.
How are we losing this volume?
So through commercial losses, what we call the apparent losses, or physical losses. Now, commercial losses is about 60% of the 45
Explain
that I'm talking
that in
about.
plain terms. When you say commercial losses, it
now,
means they were transporting it from point A to B, and
those are those are process losses, and then we are talking about let's say people stealing the water through illegal connections. We are also talking about people who are consuming the water and not paying. Okay, and that amounts to and then the fiscal losses are the water that goes waste out of best losses. Okay, there are process losses in the process of treating the water and all that. You lose some water because you need to be dislodging almost every 1 hour. Okay, the dirt and the filth that you find in the water. Okay, when you need to separate them from the clear water in processing the water, you need to dislodge them. Okay, those are what we call the process losses, and then the minor bursts that we find in the system and all that. So those are those ones, including the illegal connections and all that, now gives us 45%.
Okay, so if we strip the others away, how much are we losing to say those who are stealing, so illegal connections, and then those who are?
So the commercial losses account for 40% out of the 45%. Okay, within the 45%. 40% goes to how do you call it, the commercial losses, and then 60% to the physical losses.
So
is that okay?
What's being done then? Because if you're losing 40%, so it means we are starting the fight almost half lost.
We need to do a lot of investment. Now what we are doing now is to meter almost all our treatment plants. Now we are using digital smart meters. We need to invest into zonal meters, and then we also need to invest into our domestic meters, and that is what we are doing. So viewers now listening to me can attest to the fact that we are changing most of the mechanical meters in the system into digital smart meters. Okay, and then we are doing what we call the DMAs, or the district metered areas, so that we can account for the water within every jurisdiction, every district jurisdiction. You understand? That makes it easier, and it involves a lot of money. Okay, so that we have started doing, and that is why we realize that that is why we can proudly say that between 2017 and 2022, we have reduced non-revenue water from 55%, from 54% to 45%.
We'll be getting some messages very shortly, so you can send them across to us on our WhatsApp number 055-556-61034, and Mr. Stanley Mate is here from the Ghana Water Company Limited. He's the Director of Communications. He's answering questions about why they are asking for 30% adjustment in utility rates when it comes to water. CAF is at the screen now, and I want to hear what your thoughts are on this matter, CAF.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Mate. Good morning. Welcome to the show. We've got messages on Twitter, but I'll start with WhatsApp first. So this is Stan. It says, I want to ask a question. How safe is the water that is being sold by the water tankers? I'll move them in threes so you can get some responses. So safety of water tanker water, that's number one. Second, Mr. Son is asking, I'm glad you're putting Ghana Water Company on the spot. It's a big shame that we procure equipment and chemicals for purifying waters from overseas. Big shame. Do you really want to move forward as a country? What's the use of our engineers that come out of our universities each year? We don't put them to task. We just wake up and go outside and procure in dollars, come and sit down and say, increase. Does everything need to be about the white man? Mr. Son wants to know why you're importing stuff from abroad in terms of the equipment and chemicals. And the third one for you to get a response to, Mr. Mate, I had an issue with my water about 5 years ago. The water coming through my mains was greenish and brown. Reported to their office at New Wager, and some of their men came to take a look at it. It was a leakage from their pipes, which had dropped in a nearby gutter. I was asked to pay a huge amount of money due to no fault of mine. I refused to pay and stopped using their services. My neighbors came to my aid for years because their water was clean. I've gone back to them, but once in a while the water comes out very dirty. So issues of safety from the taps, and then when your water is contaminated, what do you do? And then you're importing chemicals and equipment.
Okay, so the first one was on the safety of water from tankers.
Taps, yes.
Now from tankers. Okay, now the tankers are private tankers. We don't have control of them. Now there are some of the associations where we have that collaboration with them, and then occasionally we disinfect their tankers. Now the thing is, if, for instance, you disinfect the tanker today, and then he goes somewhere to fetch water from a borehole or from another reservoir that is contaminated, you can't blame the Ghana Water Company for it. For us, we want to serve our customers through the taps, but we know there's a gap between demand and supply, so we'll support all the tanker associations so that at least they can serve some other customers very well.
Now, are you able to control their activities? Because we know that some of them source water from, I've seen tankers fetching water from the Wager Dam.
They are private tankers, and whatever they are going to use the water for, we can't tell. Maybe they are going to use it for road construction, they are going to use it for maybe some construction somewhere. You don't know. And if you ask them, that is what they'll tell you. But they could supply it to somebody in the zone. control over that.
Okay, so
we have control over the water that flows through our taps.
And on that point, the issue of the safety of tap water has come up again. This guy is giving us a clear example of what I was alluding to earlier.
But then his line was laid in a gutter. As experts, okay, we don't lay lines through gutters.
So how did the pipes end up in the gutters?
So we need to find out how come. Some people use private plumbers.
If you use
if you go to Agbobloshi, the lines in Agbobloshi were not laid by Ghana Water. We won't we pay our regulation. We won't lay pipes in gutters.
Can you pull them out? Now that you see that it's in the wrong place, can you have the power to pull them out?
And that is what we do. That is what we do. When we realize some of these things, we disconnect the whole thing, we lay a bigger line, and then request the people to come out so that we connect them onto our mains.
So what happened in this guy's instance, this particular instance, when he had greenish water?
So when he had greenish water, it was detected by us that this line was laid in a gutter. And if your line is in a gutter and it gets burst, obviously the water flowing through this thing will seep through the line.
So was that his responsibility now to pay for the cost of repair to get the water into his house? It was the customer's cost to bear.
Yes, because we don't produce pipes. Okay, we produce water. So if we have to buy pipes,
flow through pipes.
Yes, if we flow through pipes, so you have to buy the pipe. We lay for you, and then our water will flow through.
Why should we buy pipes? Why don't you buy the pipes and bill us for quality control?
So that is what we do when we request for new service connections. So I am saying that you have to buy the pipe, because when we do the estimates for you, you are going to pay us, and then we will buy the products and lay the pipes.
So we will give you the money, and you will go and buy the pipes.
Yes. So we'll buy the standardized and very good quality pipes and lay the pipes with the right specifications. That this gentleman is facing.
But who is putting the pipes in the gutters?
So that could be a private plumber. You understand? Sometimes when you hire these private guys who do not have the space, they just dig shallow trenches and then they lay the pipe.
But do you give us a list on your website of all approved plumbers in every part of this country? So we just go and find them, because the plumber. Why can't you do that, Mr.
We can't do that, but we have certified plumbers that we use. So they come for training with us, and then we give them certificates. So in case you want a certified plumber, you could ask the plumber, do you have Ghana Water Company certificate? If he says yes, you can use him and he'll do the right thing. If he says no, then you do that at your own risk.
I have a follow-up question. So Ghana Water, I've asked Ghana Water to connect me to the main line, and is there a process? For example, I know ECG will send the EPA to come and test the wiring and all that. Do you test where are the tubes coming from? How are they entering? How is the water feeding into the house before you put a meter on there and start charging the customer?
Very good question. So when you put up a property, you do your own plumbing works. Before we connect you, we will come and inspect whether everything with the plumbing works in your house is okay. So we have equipment that we are able to check the pressures within the plumbing works in your home to see whether there are leakages or leakages and stuff. If there are no leakages, then we will connect from your tap to our mains. So with the property owner, your duty is to do your internal plumbing works, which if you call us, okay, we'll come and inspect to see whether it is standard and it is okay. If it is okay, then we can connect you from your meter to our mains. So if you connect water from your meter to the mains, it is wrong, and we won't accept that, because you need to do it under our specifications. You need to use our specified pipes. Okay, so if you don't do that, then we will not connect you. And if we have to connect you, we will excavate everything that you have done, and then we'll do ours at your cost as a customer.
Right. I have so many questions, but just so we don't deviate from what our listeners are asking you. Local manufacture of materials, why are we importing? That has come up again. I've asked you this already, but can you give a quick answer to the person who wanted to know?
The dress you are wearing is foreign.
No, it's not.
It is. And the dress Kafui is wearing and I'm wearing, the fabric is foreign.
The fabric is foreign. It was locally made.
But locally made. Okay. Now, if it is, but we have GTP. Okay. But we are still buying foreign fabrics and sewing. This one is a bit different. With chemicals, we can't get them here. So you can accuse me for buying a foreign fabric and sewing in Ghana. But you can't accuse me for buying something that is not produced in Ghana. Meanwhile, I need to produce water for you to consume.
So you have no choice.
We have no choice.
Are you working on ways
we have met a lot of stakeholders. Okay, we tried even producing some of our chemicals using salt, using the seawater. You understand? But even the quality of our seawater is unable to get at the standard chemical, the standard of that chemical that we will use.
The last time I tried to get a report on the operations of that facility, you were there? I was denied.
Yes, because it is a private company. Okay, they produce the water and then they sell the bulk water to GWCL and we distribute. So beyond beyond their walls, GWCL takes over, but within it's a private institution.
I remember having to do the story from outside the facility.
Yeah, so if you want to do any such stuff, you can go through me. I can arrange that and ensure that you go through. Right. But they can deny you because it is their property.
Let's get some more messages, Kaf, and then I have quite a pile on this one.
I'll just give you a few. Why should our water stop flowing on Wednesdays and Sundays? This is Dennis. Wednesday is actually convenient, but Sunday, we're home on Sunday. Please do something about it. What informs the stoppages?
Okay, so
of flow?
When I started my submission, I said there's a gap between demand and supply. We need to bridge that gap. We can only bridge that gap through investment. Okay, now because we are unable to supply water to the population, we need to do what we call the water demand management, or what we all know to be rationing. So that on some particular days we give to area A, another day we give to area B. We need to do some equitable distribution of the little water in the system, and that is why he's not getting water 24/7. Now we are also proposing as part of our tariff, if we are given this tariff that we are talking about between 2026 and 2030, we are going to have some investment into the system, which will give us 100% access to water. So that by 2030, we can have water in every vicinity, every community. Okay, so that even if you don't have water in your home, you leave your home in search of water, you shouldn't walk for more than 30 meters to have access to water.
Okay, just a couple of minutes, and then I'll just make 2 or 3 more. You said 45% of the treated water
goes waste.
Goes waste, yes.
How much is a percentage of that loss in cedis? What's the value of that? You must put a figure to it.
Every cubic meter.
It's 28.
It's 28 cedis now. Mm-hmm. But the tariff given to us is 6 cedis 90 pesos. Mm-hmm. Okay, so that every cubic meter of water, that's the cost of production, 28 cedis. Every cubic meter of water.
We want the total figure that you lose every.
So then we multiply it by 45%. Okay. Of the volumes of water that we produce in a day or in a year. And annually we produce 322 million cubic meters of water.
Okay. So you 322 million times?
It should be times
45%?
Times 45%.
Times 0.45%
of
that?
Of that.
Times what? 28 cedis?
Times, yes.
Times 28. Okay. So we have a nice figure of 4.4 billion cedis.
Yes, so that is how much we lose.
Every year?
Every year.
4 billion.
Yes.
Okay. So more questions for you. People want to know why the 300%. I think you've spoken a lot about that. Mm-hmm. The men came. I bought the pipes from them. The men came from their house. This is the person who had the brownish, greenish, multicolored water coming out of the pipes.
He bought the pipes from
you guys, Ghana Water.
No, but we sell pipes directly. You only pay. No. You know something?
No. Let's get the explanation.
Yes, let me explain. Yeah. Now, some people who they are Goro boys hovering around everywhere. Now, sometimes when you're going to Ghana Water, they will tell you, "Oh, I can go and do it for you." Okay, and then they pick money from you and go and buy.
As a matter, sack them.
No,
sack them from your area.
We have done everything that we could, but the thing is, if you want anything water, what we are telling customers is that go to the office itself. For every money that you pay, take a receipt for it. Okay, so if somebody comes to your house, even in a GWCL apparel, and he says that, give me money and let me go and buy it is wrong. If you give him that money, demand for an official receipt, then you know that it's going to Ghana Water, or it's from Ghana Water.
Okay, a couple questions, Mr. Stanley. Bone hasn't had water since December 2021. What's your plan for Bone Township in Thelma, which is surrounded by tanker services, and it's believed that the reason that's why we're not getting water. So Bone wants to know. Why should we not see the managed by a private owner? That's one question there. And then maybe two more, and then I get back to Thelma. Do you know... keep the messages brief and succinct. My water doesn't flow because of gutter construction in my area, but I was fully billed. Why? And then finally, I would ask, what's the impact of plastics on your production of water? Would you be happy for a ban on plastics? Single-use plastics?
Let's start with that one.
Ban on plastics. In most European countries, there is a ban on plastics.
In Kenya, there is.
Yes. And so if that is done, I don't think that is affecting only Ghana water. It's affecting sanitation in Ghana seriously. Okay, so if that is done, I'm sure it will serve all of us well. Because the sea is actually polluted, especially by plastic bags and plastic. And most of our river bodies also have the same challenge. You know, because we abstract the water from these water sources at a high pressure, okay, it abstracts some of these debris. So they choke the pipeline, and almost every week you need to go dive and go get these things out. So it increases our downtimes because you need to shut down for almost close to a day just to get these debris out. Okay. And if every week you are shutting down, let's say even a day alone, because you have to do this, and then let's say we have other challenges, and then you have to shut down again. It means you'll be shutting down 3 to 4 days in a week, which will not augur well for all of us. We can't build the pressures enough for water to get to a lot of places.
Okay.
You understand? So a ban on plastics, I think, would do Ghanaians a lot of good. Now, somebody
before you go, final Galamsey, what's the impact of illegal mining on the water that you need to process for us?
Okay, so Galamsey is making our water bodies so turbid, highly turbid. Sometimes they render it untreatable. Now they use dangerous chemicals, very heavy metals like mercury, cyanide, and all that. Those ones are very dangerous for even human consumption. And then we have to ensure in the treatment process that we don't see traces of this cyanide or this mercury in the water. You understand? So it means we need to do stringent treatment processes, including a lot of chemicals.
So can you treat Galamsey water?
Yes, we do. That is what we do in the Western region, in the central, everywhere where Galamsey this thing is ongoing now, we still treat the water. And that is why we are saying that the cost of production is very high as a result of the pollution. You understand? Because we need to use more chemicals to get the water to the standards that that is okay for us to consume. Okay. Now, apart from that, okay, we lose a lot of the water that we have treated, or that we in the process of treatment. Water, and you have to lose between 40 and 50% to waste as process loss. Instead of, let's say, 5 to 10% process loss, we are losing about 40 to 50%. So you use energy to abstract water, power, very expensive power to abstract the water, and then you lose about 40. Energy in the scheme of things, in the scheme of things for Ghana water, the energy alone takes 40% of our revenue. Okay, so even with this type that we are looking for, 40% is going to go to ECG.
But ECG is also asking for 148.
So it affects us because 40% of whatever we are collecting goes to ECG.
Let's get to the...
So cost of production is very high.
Okay, cool. So there's one who asked why the sea treatment plant is being operated by a private
person. So it's a private institution. Okay, so it's a public-private partnership arrangement. So then it's a BOOT arrangement for PPP. And so the build, operate, and then the build, own, operate, and transfer. So now they have built, they own, they're operating and selling the bulk water to us for
how long?
And then they'll transfer to us after 25 years. Now, that it is not just like they're operating for 25 years, but we pay on monthly basis, okay, some amount of money also to take care, to ensure that we pay for the treatment plant at the end of the 25th year.
We are paying on a monthly basis
capacity charges every month
to the
$1.4 million. Yes.
And then when they produce the water from the sea,
we buy
which belongs to all of Ghana.
Yes.
Then Ghana Water then goes to buy the water that they produce.
The treated water, not the sea. The treated water. In treating the water, it has to go through. They use high energy. It has to go through this thing, some membranes.
And we are paying the operating costs.
Yes. You have to pay
so what's the role of So what's the private sector company contributing? The sea is for all of us. And Ghana is paying some of their bills.
The sea to drink.
Ghana is paying some of their bills, and then we are buying back what they produce.
Exactly.
Okay, this matter, I'm guessing it will become a whole new other matter. But customer complaints, Mr. Marty, we are there are your consumers who complain that there are households who have connected illegally, and some people are tapping from other people's lines, and people have reported and nothing has been done. Communities keep complaining that they do not have water. Someone mentioned Pong. I've been asked to ask you about Tanya, Botiano, Amasaman. As for my little republic where I live, 2 or 3 towns behind Sapeman, Ghana Water doesn't even exist there. So this whole metering system, I'm reading about it. I've not experienced it myself.
So Ghana Water Company doesn't exist in all areas, except urban areas. So if your area can be classified as urban area, then very soon we'll get there. But we need to go through some processes before we can send water to some of these areas. Now,
you only service urban areas.
Urban areas.
So is Teba an urban area? Is Dansoman an urban area?
Yes, of course.
Is Jamestown an urban area?
Yes.
I've had, because of recent events, I've had to stay at Jamestown for about 6 weeks or so now. The water has flown through the taps twice the whole time I've been there.
Okay, so in Jamestown, most of the pipelines there are very old. I mean, from the days of Godesberg. So what we have done in the last few months is to try and change these pipelines. So for about 6 months or so that we've been changing the pipelines, they haven't had a regular flow because the old lines were encrusted. You know, those are metal pipelines. Okay, and over the period with the sea, water, and everything is encrusted and almost choked. So we needed to change all the pipelines.
How much longer will that take?
We are still in the process.
Okay, so the other communities that still don't have water, Anya is one water. I want to be nice to the Anya people.
So with the Anya area, it is just about 3 days ago. There's some best in the area that is being worked on. Even this morning, I had a call just before I entered the studio. I had a call concerning Anya, and I was actually briefed that they are actually working on it. And maybe when they're done with the request today,
it's been a few weeks.
I'll check and let you know. But the thing is, we have said, okay, that we are rationing water. So most areas in the metropolis are not expected to get water 24/7. Okay. Actually 3-4 days in a week. But if you haven't had water, for instance, in a whole week or in 2 weeks, then there's a problem and we need to check. Some of the challenges we have is power. So for instance, on a particular day that is expecting water, if there's no power, we can't produce. Meanwhile, we can't change the rationing program because you didn't get water on Tuesday and now Wednesday or Thursday, water will have to go to another area. We have to say that because you didn't get water on Tuesday.
So if you miss your 10, you just have to wait for the circle to come around again.
Exactly.
Okay, now challenges with metering. How are you addressing them? Some people say they have meters, they are even willing to pay, and the bills are not coming. Others pay bills, and then it doesn't reflect in their current bill. And I'm just reading about this whole billing system because in my world,
I'm really not getting it. But
so let me explain. Perhaps someone pays a bill for say March, and then by the time
somebody pays a bill, is it a water consumed or a bill for, let's say, new service connection into his home?
Water consumed.
Okay, fine.
And they expect that by the time the April bill comes, the March one that they've paid is not captured in the April one. But I'm being told that for some of the consumers, the bills that they've already paid even appear on their current meters, their current bills. So what's happening there?
Okay, so we have a 30 days cycle. Okay, with payment of bills, if you pay within the first 15 to 20 days, then you should expect that to reflect in your next bill payment. But if, for instance, you pay in a week prior to your bills being issued, then it will not reflect in the next one, but it will reflect in the will not reflect on your current bill, but reflect in the next.
Okay, so
but it will not go beyond 2 months. Whatever if it doesn't come the ensuing month, then the following month it will come. But it depends on the time that you pay your bill.
Now, why do some people?
But with your bills, when you come to read your meter, okay, because we're now using technology. Okay, when you consume water in May, okay, I mean the bill that comes at the end of May will be your May consumption. Okay, and that will be, let's say, first week in the ensuing month, which is June. Okay, so the bills are prompt, the bills are up to date. Okay, but with the payment, it will depend on when you pay the bill within the month.
Right.
Yes.
That makes sense. What's happening to those who are having meters using water and no bill is being brought for them to pay?
They need to report to the district office.
They need to report.
The thing is, if you have a meter, okay, and maybe for one reason or whatever, your meter has been read or you haven't received a bill, there could be a problem. If you won't want that problem to happen to you, you can report yourself.
But
to
if the water is flowing,
hold on.
How
To
is
be
there a
a
problem to the
patriotic
consumer?
citizen,
Okay.
okay, you have to report yourself. If you don't do that, and we find out after a month or two, we'll bill you for your consumption over the period.
I'm just
That could be
smiling
high
because
for
it
you.
sounds like such an idealistic expectation. But do people do that?
People do. I mean, if you're a responsible citizen, why wouldn't you do it? Look, in other jurisdictions that we admire so much, it is the customers that read the bill sent to the utility for them to be billed. So the utility only goes round, let's say, at the end of each year, and to compare what they have been receiving from the customers and then what there is on the meter. Okay, why can't we do that?
Okay, that's on that question.
Ghana Water Company is for all of us.
Not for the rural, though.
Community water and sanitation also takes care of the rural. But these are government agencies. Government is you and I.
Why do people
if you
pay
want the institutions to work,
fixed
you all have to
rates
support.
and others don't? What's happening there?
So there are reasons why we will give some people fixed rates. Okay, if you're a customer and, for instance, we realize that you have tampered with the meter once or twice, we'll give you a fixed rate. Quite recently, we arrested some people around the East Legon area who has connected 13 lines into one reservoir alone, depriving the neighborhood of water, and he is selling from that reservoir to the neighbors. Well, you are depriving them of the water. You understand? So in this case, Ghana Water Company is blamed, but it is not from us. No, those in the neighborhood having seen tankers lying in that area alone. You live on the street, you don't get water, but there's one particular house that has water all the time and selling water to tankers. You should report to the GWCL.
I'll pick some numbers from you where customers can call if they want to make such complaints before we wrap up.
Call center.
Before we wrap up, but there are more questions on our screens. I have one before me that says, if you're checking for pressure before you connect, you're checking for the pressure in the pipes before you connect the water after a person's personal individual plumbing. How are you doing that if the water is not flowing in the taps? And I'll pick your thoughts on that.
Okay, so there's an equipment that is used in checking the pressure within the home. You don't need like water
for the water to be pumping.
Yes.
All right.
All righty, more messages 055-556-1034. These are your comments. This is Dignity. I think there should be an investigation at GWCL. Why are there private companies operating on the seawater and selling to them? Why can't the Ghana Water Company do all the job and why they're paid to do their jobs? Are they digitalized to discover illegal connections and best pipes in the country?
Exactly,
and
yes.
he's doubting your analysis. There was one person who says, how can you say you're only serving water to urban areas? Only like seriously? In rural areas.
That's our mandate.
So who takes care of rural areas?
Community Water and Sanitation Agency.
Community Water and Sanitation Agency. We need to do a show on that topic. So Togbe Ghana says ban plastics and ban all mining for some years. Most seas are polluted by plastic bags and bottles. Let's ban them. Now, it's true. I support this. What's the way forward? And he's asking me to meet him at the beach to pick up plastics. Good morning. How safe are the boreholes? And how do we make that safe? Does Ghana Water regulate boreholes?
No, it's the Water Resources Commission.
Okay.
But we have a lab, and if you have a problem with a borehole or if you are sinking a borehole, you can sample to our laboratory. We'll do the analysis for you.
Okay. Hi, Stanley. You point a leaking pipe to a meter reader and he tells you it's not his job. Please get rid of the waste and illegal connections. Then you don't need us to finance your ineffectiveness and losses. We calculated it's over 4 billion.
Kaf, let's give Stanley the opportunity to respond to this directly. Getting rid of the leakages and then the inefficiencies in the system, so that you don't have to ask for 300%. Perhaps you ask for something way less.
In the last few weeks, I've been hearing inefficiency almost 10 times on daily basis. But when we say inefficiencies, what do we mean?
Someone suggested that they've reported a leakage to Ghana Water, and they've said, well,
it's not our job.
Okay, he says Ghana Water, maybe one of our meter readers. I'm very much surprised that the person, that staff of ours responded that it wasn't his duty. I'm very, very much surprised, because the education is such that you have a notebook and you need to report on every activity that you find whilst you are on duty, and not even wait to get to the office first, but immediately you take a video shot and pick the Google location and then you send to the district office. Now, if there's a meter reader working in a particular area, then it means he works within the district where that leakage is found. And that district is supposed to account for every water that goes within that jurisdiction. So I'm very much surprised, but well, some of these things are bound to happen. So, but when they do, for instance, if he had details of that particular person, or if he's able to even tell me his account number from where he lives, I'll be able to detect who that meter reader is and deal with him.
Right. So Ghana Water will deal with those who do not do the right things. The call really is to clean up your own house, so that when you come for increments, customers know that the services have really improved and not deteriorated, so that it justifies the increases that you're asking for.
We are doing
do you understand that argument?
Yes, we are doing exactly that. And by that, well, what I'm saying is, in 2014, we set out to do our own internal performance improvement program, okay, which has changed GWCL as a whole. And so we are telling Ghanaians that if we have been able to do this, for instance, with the same tariff, we are collecting 14 million Ghana cedis in 2014. Now in 2022, we are collecting 90 million cedis with the same tariff. You understand? So then, if we are requesting for more to enable us to do more, then people must trust Ghana Water. In times past, people used to say, go and clean your house before you come for a tariff increase. Now we have cleaned the house, and we are telling you that
or
these are the
prepaid
processes.
meters. Is that even an option on the table?
Prepaid meters is an option, but we need a very robust equipment, which is, we can't produce here. We did a pilot in Thelma and in 3 areas. Okay, 1 elite area, 1 low income area, and then 1 middle income area. And the results wasn't the best. So then we had to wipe it off. But we are looking for the best of equipment, and then we can roll it out if that is to happen.
How is digitalization helping in this drive to improve your services?
Now you receive your bills on your phone. Okay, that is digitalization.
I don't, because I'm in rural Accra.
Oh, sorry.
But those customers who you serve in urban centers.
Those of us in the city, those of us
in the urban
areas receive our bills via text
and when it comes to detecting illegal connections,
emails, and we can pay the comfort of your home or wherever you find yourself in this world, on this globe. Okay, you can pay your bills, your water bills. Okay, so that is digitalization. Now, digitalization when it comes to detection of bursts and leakages. Okay, now we have a geographical information systems department. Okay, and we have digitalized all our pipelines on the ground.
But is it working? Is it helping to reduce the waste? 45%.
Because now we are able to detect
a big number.
leakages. We are able to detect when there are low pressures within our pipelines, and then immediately we go down to find out what exactly is the challenge, so that we are able to repair our lines. And that is one of the reasons why we are also able now to reduce our non-revenue water from 55% to 45% within this short period.
Well, we pray that 45 goes down even lower. We want to get to the place we are also
are
10
seriously
and
working
15%.
working on that. We are seriously working on that. And I'm sure by the end of the year, we should hit, let's say, 40%.
Thank you, Stanley, for making time for us this
I'm also
morning.
very grateful
I wish
for having
we
me.
had more time. I'm sure you'll come back.
I'm always available anytime you call me.
Great. So we'll make a second date with Stanley Mate, who is Director for Communications for the Ghana Water Company Limited. He's been talking to us about the proposed 300% increase in tariffs that the company is asking for from ECG. He's answered our questions and yours, and we'll try and get him back again to see if he can answer some more questions. I've been sent this final one, and I just have to look at it quickly. Well, the number that you promised people could call when they have complaints to make and how they can get help. Can you share that with us now?
Okay, so we have 0800 40,000, and this one is either a Vodafone cell line or a Vodafone landline, and it is toll free. Okay, for all other networks, you can call 0302 218 240, 0302 218 240, and then we have cell lines that work 24/7. So 020 738 5088 or 5089 or 5090. These lines work 24/7. You can call them at any time. They'll pick up your information, work on whatever they have to work to, and give you a feedback.
Right. So there are numbers you can call to get help.
You can also send videos. You can send Google locations. You can send pictures of whatever the situation is onto these cell lines.
So you had it all here. Toll free number 0800 40 000 or number 302 218 240, 020 738 5088 or 89 or 90. We'll put all these numbers on our social media handles so that when you go there, you can find them. Save them in your little notebook so that when there is the need, you can reach Ghana Water Company. Mr. Stanley Mate's guys will be standing by to assist you. And you can tell them about all the complaints that you have, fault, and they can offer you some assistance. Stanley, thank you so much for being a part of our morning. And a happy birthday to you in advance. 29th May is your birthday. Baby bonds are just awesome. And we are just awesome people.
Sure.
So an advance birthday shout to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And in the spirit of May bonds and birthday, so you today is your actual birthday, 19th May. We should have a party in the newsroom. We love you, girl. Happy birthday. Keep aging as beautifully as you are. And don't forget your red lipstick today. You know my grandma loves it. This is Breakfast on GTV. And we're back to have some conversations about beauty pageants with Valerie after the break.
And they call me UJ. When you need a shoulder to cry, run on my pumpy, so we try our suicide. Let bygone be bygone. I didn't see what the bottom gonna do. We go straight to start. I'm gonna take you to oh, my baby, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Energy next level. Back baby, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I'll take you to next level. My baby, oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
I don't code next level. Excessive drinking can be detrimental to health. Not recommended for persons under 18 years, lactating mothers, pregnant women, and people sensitive to caffeine. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
I am 7 years old. Beep, beep, beep. I am 4 years old.
We are 12 years old.
It's been 1 year since I started my antiretroviral treatment.
You can live a long, productive life with antiretroviral treatment. With antiretroviral treatment, HIV-positive expectant mothers can have healthy HIV-negative babies. Go to the nearest health center, test and know your HIV status. If you are positive, ask about antiretroviral treatment and you will receive help. Antiretroviral treatment is your only option for a long and fulfilling life.
This advert is brought to you by the Ghana AIDS Commission and Ghana Health Service.
Hi, welcome to the warmer side. I'm Valerie Danso. And so, yeah, who was the crown? We usually hear this when there are beauty pageants and the queens are about to walk the runway and strutting their stuff. So I have 3 beauty queens in the studio. We're going to be talking the beauty pageants, what drives them into going into these beauty pageants, what they go through before they emerge winners or not winners or runners up, and what they aspire to do with their crowns. We see a lot of beauty queens around, and when you ask them, they say, oh, I'm passionate about health, I'm passionate about the environment, and then we see them 1 year, 2 years, and then when they hand over the crown, that's it. So we're going to be talking beauty pageants and life after being a beauty queen. And so I have in studio the beautiful Miss Peggy Peters Mauduko. She is Miss Central International. She's in the middle. Gifty's in the middle. And then, oh, that's Peggy. And then Miss Gifty Theodora Ba is Miss International Beauty Queen Ghana. And she doubles as the CEO of Exquisite Pageant Hub Limited. And then to my far right, I have she's Miss Teen Global Beauty Ghana. Hello, ladies. Hello, queens. Welcome.
Thank you.
So what's it with the wave of beauty queens? Are you taught to like wave this way, or you can just do the normal bye-bye? I mean,
it's done in an elegant way like this. That shows that you're a queen. So anytime a lady does this, the meaning, waving this way, meaning she's a queen.
Okay. And so there you have it. Why the beauty queens wave elegantly. Okay, so I'll start with you, Peggy.
Yes, please.
Miss Central International. So what does your crown represent? What is Miss Central International?
Okay, so Miss Central International is actually a beauty pageant that enables young ladies not only for a specific constituency or a community, but Central Ghana, as in the whole Ghana, that we help bring out potentials of young ladies to find out maybe problems in the society and help solve them.
Okay, so are you winner of this? So you're the current queen. Okay, so how many years has Miss Central International been around? How many years has it been staged?
Okay, so this is actually the maiden edition, and I got the privilege to be the first queen. So
okay, so when was this held?
Just this March.
In March?
Yes.
Oh wow! So where was the event? Where was it held? Where did you?
Okay, so it was a virtual pageant.
Right.
Yeah, because the other countries also because of COVID, so we couldn't go together and represent. So we just had to submit our projects to the head, and they analyzed everything.
Okay, so what project did you work on?
Okay, so we did the how do you call it, the national costume. Then we spoke about the environment. We're giving different taxes, but I actually spoke on the climate change.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So what did you do? Did you have to like put together a project? Did you have to go to a community to speak to people?
Yes. So that was just last month. I went to OT region.
Okay.
And I organized this health talk with Miss Mona. She's actually a midwife student, a midwifery student. So we went to speak on the menstrual cycle.
Right.
Yes, and we distributed a few pads and tissues to help them know the hygienic way of handling themselves within that period.
Okay, so would you say it has been worth it going into this pageant?
Yes, it has been.
Okay, so Gifty, I'm going to come to you now. You're the current queen for, you're Miss International Beauty Queen Ghana.
Yes, please.
Okay, so Miss International Beauty Queen Ghana, what does it represent? What did you do? How many times has this event been held? This is the first time I'm seeing a title like this. So yeah,
okay, so it's an international pageant held in Venezuela.
Okay.
But since it was the first edition.
This is also a first. Yours
yes,
is also
please.
a first.
Yes,
okay,
please.
cool.
So we did it virtual, and we were giving talks to talk about our country, then talk about social labor and other stuff too. So that is how come I was able to win for
So
Ghana.
what did you do? What did you do to take this crown for Ghana? What did you do?
Okay, so I was very eloquent and very hardworking because I'm always passionate to win a crown, and I do my very best to win.
No, I said I'm sure there were other you were in the competition with other people, other queens as well. What project did you partake in, or what made you win the crown? What did you have over the other ladies?
Okay, so I was personally talking about women empowerment, and since I was the only person representing Ghana, the competition was very tough. So I put in my best when it comes to the tax. When it comes to the runway, they gave us a runway tax, and I was able to do 1 or 2 catwalks, and I think my catwalk was very better than the other.
Right. What countries participated?
We have Venezuela, Brazil, China, India. Yeah.
Okay. Right. Okay. So, Jocelyn, you're Miss Teen Global Beauty Ghana. What does your crown represent, and what did you do to win this crown? Is this the first edition as well?
No, there's been a queen before me.
Pardon?
There's been a queen before me.
Okay, so you're the second queen. So this is the second time.
Yeah.
Okay, so tell us what Miss Teen Global Beauty Ghana is. That's a long title.
So Miss Teen, just like the teen, we all know teen for teenagers. So I'll say I'm the queen for teenagers. And then during this pageantry for Miss Teen, it was a tough competition,
right?
Because all 12 girls were tough. Especially my first runner-up. She won't give in, I won't give in. We all won't give in because we all deserved it.
Okay.
But then at the end, one person still needs to be crowned.
Okay. So what was your trump card?
Okay. So I think that I had much more confidence in myself, and then everybody picks streetism, educating girls on sanitary pad use and all that. But then I picked teenage pregnancy.
Right.
Because I thought representing the teenage pregnancy is one thing that we need to tackle most. And then I picked teenage pregnancy, so I think that was my green card for me.
Right. Okay. So now that all of you are queens and you've had your crown for a while now, you've been in the limelight for a while now. There's a school of thought that says that beauty pageantry or beauty contest is disrespectful to women. Do you think so?
No, I don't think so.
Not at all.
Because beauty pageants really gives you the platform to explore, to work out on yourself. It's a platform which gives ladies the acknowledge their strength, talent, and capabilities. Through beauty pageants, you could go to places that your normal ladies or normal friends can't go to, and you'll be able to work on your projects. We able to work on several projects like just like the streetism, where giving out donations to the less privileged. So all this really helps in beauty pageants.
So you don't think it's disrespectful to women?
No.
How about you, Peggy?
As she was saying, it actually gives us the opportunity to get people in higher places to help support the streets and maybe tackle problems that are in the community. And I would say it actually helps the young ladies like find their potential. Some of us on the pageants platform, that is when we found out that we could actually speak to crowd. Like the confidence were built on stage and everything. It was massive. So I think it actually helped young ladies.
Right, to get the exposure to build their confidence.
Yes.
And how about you? What qualities do you think would let somebody become a beauty queen? Are there certain particular qualities that your judges perhaps looked out for that you know?
Sure. One thing that I would say counts, a major factor that counts is, before you can boldly say I'm a beauty queen, you should both be confident in yourself. Because as a beauty queen, you go out there to talk to people. So if you've not accepted yourself, if you're not good to yourself, you don't have that confidence in yourself, how do you go out there to talk to somebody? So to be a beauty queen, one quality is you should be confident. And then you should be able to talk. Some people say they are very confident, but then they stand and then talking is a problem for them. So you should be able to talk, you should be able to solve problems.
Okay.
Because you have a project you want to handle. So if I'm saying I want to handle teenage pregnancy, how do I go about it when I can't even solve a simple problem among my peers? So you should be able to solve problems, and then you should be able to talk and be confident.
Okay, so all three of you are queens. What project are you going to be working on? Every queen has a project they work on. What project are you working on?
For me, women empowerment, and when I won, I think 2019, I won Miss Amafrom. So from there, I also went into organizing my own beauty pageants, and I had my brand name, which is Esquite Pageant Hub, which you do organize beauty pageants, both in Ghana here and internationally. So that is what I'm working on now, helping the ladies in our country acknowledge their strength, talent, and capabilities in beauty pageants.
Okay, so your project is basically empowering women.
Yes.
Okay, and then you, what's your project?
Okay, my project is Entrepreneur Ready. It's a project that helps the streets not only by feeding them, but also equipping them with vocational skills.
Right. And then you're working on teenage pregnancy.
Yeah.
Okay. So one big problem where, I mean, a lot of people would want to ask this question, that pageants, the queens say, oh, I'm embarking on a health project, I'm working on sanitation, I'm working on women empowerment. And then we see you doing the media play, like how you're on TV, doing all the media tours. And then after a year, after you hand over, we don't see anything again. Why do you think this is so? You have been, I mean, your pageant, the Miss Teen Global Beauty Ghana, this is the second time it's been staged.
Yeah.
What did your predecessor do?
So
the queen before you?
Yeah, Queen Edwina, she's been a great motivation, because looking at her, she's done a lot of donations that pushes us coming. You have a pageant where the queen before the current queen has not done so many things to push the one coming. So she relaxes, because the one before me didn't do anything. Why should I kill myself?
Right.
But here's a case where you see Queen Edwina embarking on so many donations, and then I don't feel I have to relax.
Where does she donate to? Which institutions does she donate to?
Orphanage,
okay.
Yes.
Okay, so she has embarked on hers, and it's worked for the past 1 year until you took over. It's been working. Yours is teenage pregnancy.
Yeah.
How are you going to put this? How are you going to implement it? How are you going to ensure that by the time the next queen takes over from you, like Queen Edwina did, you be a stepping stone for somebody as well?
Sure. So first, the main reason why I tackled teenage pregnancy is because before I was crowned Miss Teen Global Beauty Ghana, I represented a community that is Domiabra. And then in the Domiabra community, teenage pregnancy is like a ticket to heaven, because almost every girl...
Teenage pregnancy is a ticket to heaven?
Yes, to them. Because almost every girl has a child. Almost every girl has young girl in that community has a child, they don't see why they should be educated. They don't see why they should waste morning time to go to school when they can hang around with their guys and have fun. In the end, they just come home with pregnancies. Giving you a short story, I had a story of a lady who got pregnant. The family called the guy to perform, this rites. The guy was bold enough to tell parents, grandparents, and people in the family that I don't have money. I can just give her 2 cedis for a day. And how much is 2 cedis going to help a girl like this? I believe she has been advised a couple of times, but then she failed to listen.
So that's what you're working on.
Yes.
How are you going to implement this?
So I believe that even if she doesn't want to go to school, like she said, they can learn a whole lot of things. Because now it's not only school that is bringing the money. People are learning liquid soaps, hand beads, wig caps making, makeups and all that. I believe that we can take them through that process. And then with time, they can be perfect. They can teach people too. And then it keeps growing, not only them. Because when you learn, you impact.
Okay. So we'll hold you to your words, Jocelyn.
Sure, definitely.
In a year, we'll be looking out for all the stuff you're going to be doing.
Sure.
Be tagging us on our social media. Use GTV Breakfast so we can follow you and see if you're doing what you said you do. How about you, Peggy?
Yeah.
What project are you going to be embarking on and how are you looking to implement it?
Okay, so as I said, my project is entrepreneur ready. This is where we train young people with the necessary vocational skills that might help them within a short period of time.
Right.
Because lately we all, like, let me say the youth, we always want something quick to
get real quick, real quick, yeah.
So I think the quickest way and the legal way to do that is learn a trade.
Right.
Yes. So I have spoken to a couple of friends who are in that field, like makeup artists, fashion designers, those who make soap and the rest.
Right.
Yeah. That we organize this maybe 3 days or a week
like
section workshop for them. Then after that, we embark on companies to fund that project as well. So
okay. So be tagging us on the project as you embark on them.
Yes.
We'll be following you on your journey. How about you, Gifty? What are you working on? You are the CEO of a pageant hub. You groom women, no?
Yes, please.
Okay, so what are you working on?
Okay, so for now, my next pageant is the Miss Central Ghana 2022. So next month 18th is our audition. So from there, after the auditions, we take the ladies through weekly activities and tasks to help get the main winner, which will be in August. Okay. So that is what I'm working on now. Yes.
Amazing stuff. Amazing stuff. How do you come about sponsorship? We know that when it comes to beauty contest, getting sponsorships is a big deal. Before we wrap up, how are you ladies going to go about it? I beg your pardon.
Okay, so whenever you want sponsorship, the sponsors needs to see the work that you have done, and you need to be true to yourself. Maybe the very maiden edition you did the pageants, you had more than 10 sponsors, and they were able to give you thousands each. And after the pageant, you were not able to even give your girls their cash prize, and even the goodies from the sponsors, you were not able to give it to them, and that really goes against you in your next step to go for another sponsorship. So sponsors are really looking up to all this before they accept your sponsorship letter, and it's really tough these days because I would say some beauty pageants do not give the ladies their cash prize and everything. So they are certain.
Did you get your cash prize? Did you
Yeah,
receive your cash prizes? Okay, cool.
Okay. For me, I'm always true to myself, and my queens would say it that immediately after the pageant, that very night, I would just send you your cash prize. I wouldn't wait till
the next day.
The next day, no. That very night, I'll send you through Momo. I don't even showcase it in a bank check form. No.
You just send it.
I just send it to you. So, what if I give you a check, you go to the bank, they'll be like, no, we have no money for you.
So a way to ensure that sponsors stay on the program is to make sure that whatever they give out, you give it to the girls.
Yes,
and then you girls do your media rousing and all of that.
Oh, yes.
Okay, so how do we find you on social media? Quickly. How do we find you on social media?
You can find Esquit Pageant Hub on IG.
Right.
Then Miss Central Ghana 2 on IG. Then myself, Miss Amafro on IG.
So Miss Central International, you're on IG?
Yes, my IG account is Queen Peggy MCI
2022. And then you?
Queen Joycelyn MTGBGH.
Okay, thank you ladies for coming through.
Thank you
so
for
yes,
having
we've been
us.
spending the last part of our breakfast session with three beautiful queens. Miss Peggy Peters Mauduku is Miss Central International. Miss Gifty Theodora Ba is Miss International Beauty Ghana, and she's also the CEO of Exquisite Pageant Hub. And then Jocelyn Kobner, Miss Teen Global Beauty Ghana. And these are your queens. They've said a lot, and so yeah, we are going to be following them and see and hold them to their word. You catch a repeat of this show again at 11 p.m. on GTV. And so Yokoka Kutre, she has like 7 birthdays already. Apparently today is her original birthday. Hey, so Soyoks, big birthday shouts to you guys. And so from the team here at GTV Breakfast, have a great day. We'll see you all again tomorrow.
Live from GBC Studio 1, this is The Breakfast Show.